Point 1. Point 1.
But there's still the problem of massive Palestinian showing up on don't think outside the media is supposed to
showing up on television.
build
You call
a
them
map
those
of Palestinian
and
geography
it's
showing
very
up
official after you say
and it's very official after you say the war is 50-50 losing.
Point one. Point. Point.
So the internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. So the internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. So the internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. So the internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. So the internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. The internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. The internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. The internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. The internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. The internet just came back this morning. I'm okay. It was a hell of a night, I have to say. Certain points I thought that was the end of it. We had a kid who has obviously been burned with phosphorus. Phosphorus is a chemical burn. The internet we had a kid
are destroyed by Israeli airstrikes. Imagine it does, and I will show you the massive destruction that happened to the Zahra city in the middle of the strait. More than 14 residential towers got destroyed by the Israeli airstrikes. Imagine it does, and I will show you the massive destruction that happened to the Zahra city in the middle of the strait. More than 14.
Asking how they can donate and send aid to Gaza. Now there's no way we can take money. There's no way, like all the charities, the organizations are not working. And I promise as soon as we get something like trustworthy and like would really make an impact, the people of Gaza, of course I'm going to publish and tell you all about this. Hi everyone, I'm receiving a lot of people asking how they can donate and send aid to Gaza. I think now is not the right time because now there's no way we can take money. There's no way, like all the charities, the organizations are not working. And I promise as soon as we get something like trustworthy and like really make an impact, of course I'm going to tell you all about it. something like trustworthy and like would really make an impact to the people of Gaza, of course I'm going to publish and tell you all about it. Hi everyone, I'm receiving a lot of people asking how they can donate and send aid to Gaza. I think now is not the right time because now there's no way we can take money. There's no way, like all the charities, the organizations are not working. And I promise as soon as we get something like trustworthy and like would really make an impact to the people of Gaza, of course I'm going to publish and tell you all about it. Hi everyone, I'm receiving a lot of people asking how they can donate
يحكوا لي يا بابا استقيل من شغلك وقعد معنا عشان نشوفك. اليوم ما طلعت على الشغل، اليوم استشهادهم في صباحا ابن كنان بيقول لي يا بابا خذني معك الشغل، خلاني جنبك شوف. أنا كنت في خميس، فجأت إنه في قصف في المغازي، تبعت الخبر وين في المربع اللي أنا ساكن فيه، الخبر جاني بالتدريج، جارك بعيد شوي عنك شوي، بس أنا كنت من الأول عندي إحساس إنه في البيت. زي ما أنت شايفين جيت لقيت مربع كامل كله شقق سكنية نازلة، أطفالي كلهم شهداء، أخوي أطفاله شهداء، أخواتي شهداء، لم يبقى تحت الألقاب ضايل أبناء أخوي 2 جمال ومحمد أطفال، بنت أخوي رزان بين أختي سجود لحتى أنا مش لاقيها، لحنا الجيران في حامل جارنا كان عندنا، يعني أغلب الشهداء كان عندي في البيت. طبعا مكان آمن، وأنتم كزملاء صحفيين جيتوا عندي على البيت شفتوا المكان، مكان لا في قريب ولا من بعيد أي موقع عسكري، مكان كله جارنا موظف النظام، موظف وكالة، جارنا عامل بناء، جارنا موظف سلطة، ما حد له في تنظيمات، الشباب كل يوم طول في البيت عندنا مخيم، أطفال نايمين، شايف أولاد، اليهود تقصف سيد، تقصف كل واحد يقل الحقيقة، كل واحد بيسعى أن يقل الحقيقة بتقصفه.
cutting off the internet, cutting off the connections and cutting everything, they drop posts from the sky, paper posts, telling people that they have to evacuate. This is their last chance to go to the south. They have to evacuate to the south, walking without using any vehicle. It's planned. This is genocide. This is the old elements of genocide. Making people strive, no food, no water, white phosphorus, and then go out.
progressive Palestine, to be joined by you. People will have seen you on television. A lot of your video, your interviews have gone viral in the last few weeks. But just so people are aware, you actually to both Hamas, which is dominant in, obviously runs Gaza, and also Fatah, dominant in the West Bank. So can you just explain that to people so they...
قرب دكتور قرب فيك شيء وين دكتور نروح وين نروح عارف لازم ناخذ الارض دكتور لازم نضل كثير واضح نفتح الباب بدك تروح نطول فوقيه فايش وين دكتور قرب دكتور قرب فيك شيء اطلع من هنا احنا قاعدين غلط وين دكتور نروح وين نروح عارف لازم ناخذ الارض دكتور لازم نطول فوقيه فارس وين دكتور لازم ناخذ الارض دكتور لازم نضل كثير واضح نفتح الباب بدك تروح نطول فوقيه فارس وين دكتور فيك شيء اطلع من هنا احنا قاعدين غلط وين دكتور نروح وين نروح عارف لازم ناخذ الارض دكتور لازم نضل كثير واضح نفتح الباب بدك تروح نطول فوقيه فارس وين دكتور
weapon, the weight. Walk one war. Midnight, minute, month, morning. Midnight, minute, month, morning. Walk one war. Walk one war. Midnight, minute, month, morning. Midnight, minute, month, morning. Walk one war. Walk one war. They watched the glowing light of fire burn through a hospital, a school, a family. Saw each one die out of order. All is calm when the fire is burning. All is calm when the dying continues. Inch by inch. There's money to be made, space to be found, old ground to be claimed and reborn in the name of at first, at last, at once. At first, at last, at once. Walk one war, one war. Walk one war, one war. At first, at last, at once. At first, at last, at once. Walk one war. The wealth, the weapon, the weight. The wealth, the weapon, the weight. Walk one war. Walk one war.
About 5 foot tall, but he stopped in the street. Looked like he got hard. You know, what a bunch of cowards. 3 men to drive by, they with some kids, and yell that out of the car. My wife's way tougher. Braver. Mom was so excited to see snow. Snow in it. And the power.
I first met my husband. We were talking about Indonesia. I feel like if I was American, they probably would call me redneck. Because I was kind of from that southern, kind of redneck kind of lifestyle, I guess. You know, simple, you know, like my family work in the big, grow their own food. What does that say?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I will be taking over from now. I will have a talk and I will read you some of the news this morning about what's currently happening in Gaza. But right now, we're gonna listen to two songs from Al Fajr Band.
عنيد أنا كالصخور إن حاولوا عصرها، وقاس أنا ككل النسور إن حاولوا قهرها. عنيد أنا كالصخور إن حاولوا عصرها، وقاس أنا ككل النسور إن حاولوا قهرها. وصلب أنا كالجسور إذ أثقلوا ظهرها. وحين أثور تعيد البراكين لي سرها. وطيب أنا مثل السنابل وسمح أنا مثل الخمائل. وطيب أنا مثل السنابل وسمح أنا مثل الخمائل. وحين أثور تعيد البراكين لي سرها. عنيد أنا كالصخور إن حاولوا عصرها، وقاس أنا ككل النسور إن حاولوا قهرها. وصلب أنا كالجسور إذ أثقلوا ظهرها. وحين أثور تعيد البراكين لي سرها.
Hello, good morning everyone. Good morning to whoever is sleeping, watching, or with us live. My name is Yusuf Morsi and I'll be taking over for the next 2 hours. I will briefly read the news from last night and today. And then after that we're gonna talk about the talk that's on SoundCloud. It's basically a review of a book that we'll talk about later. And then we're just gonna talk about topics about currently what's happening in Palestine. Maybe I'll bring up a little bit of Orientalism and just how some politics are used to dehumanize Palestinian people. So yeah, right now we're gonna read the news about the latest things that are happening right now. And I'm reading it from Al Jazeera, which they have a live update, and I'll be reading out from it right now. The WHO says that it has lost communications with its contact inside Al-Shifa, the largest hospital in Gaza. Several hospitals in Gaza City and northern Gaza have been directly hit as Israel intensifies attacks around hospitals, the UN says. There are fears for hundreds of patients, including 37 premature babies in Al-Shifa hospital, as electricity fails in multiple hospitals, And I've also read 30 minutes ago from a different news source that already 2 of these babies have unfortunately died because the electricity is cut off and everything is cut off. And there are increasing worries what would happen to the rest of the premature babies in the incubators. Also, the marches are going on strong all around the world for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. They're held all around the world in cities like New York, London, Paris, Baghdad, Karachi, Berlin, and Edinburgh. While in Tel Aviv, I think it was yesterday, but there have been protests in Tel Aviv and the Israelis gathering to call for the release of captives held by Hamas. But the problem is that Netanyahu, the prime minister, is not willing to negotiate for these captives and these hostages, because the whole point in the beginning for these hostages was to exchange them for the thousands and thousands of Palestinian prisoners that are being held by the Israeli occupation. And a lot of them are children, unfortunately, less than 18 years old. There are many cases and many people who has been in prison since they were like 12 and 11 until now. They're still in the prison. Maybe later we can read together about the what is it called, Allah? We can read the reports from there about how bad the situation is for the prisoners. Anyways, so I was talking about the prisoners that should be exchanged, and Netanyahu does not want exchange of any hostages or captives because he's not willing to talk to them or the Israeli government at all, unfortunately. And as we remember, there were, I think, a few hostages that already has been released by Hamas over the last 4 months or the last 32 days since October 7th. And they released them because like they needed some medical care, and they just did it for no exchange of prisoners and political prisoners in that's being held by the Israeli government. Going on with the news, at least 11,078 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli attacks on Gaza since October 7. And these figures may not be the latest, as several hospitals lost contact on Saturday, delaying updates from the Gaza Ministry of Health, according to the UN. And in Israel, after a downward revision of the death toll now stands at more than 1,200. And that was everything in the news. But live right now, there is continuous bombardment by the Israeli forces, and it has been going on the whole night, and because it's still night or just morning might be coming up in Gaza right now, as there are armed forces and tanks already entering the Gaza Strip. So that was for the news, and I just want to reflect about how it has been over a month, and everyone around the world is just asking for a ceasefire, for stop killing people, for stopping the bombardment that's happening on the people in Gaza, to stop displacing them from their houses, to stop the killing of everyone. But it's still considered by some people a radical view, or like it's something like, oh, like how can you stand with that, when all we're calling for is to stop ceasefire, start talking, start negotiating hostages, start negotiating about what's the way forward, listen to the demands of the people. But no, the horrific occupation and the genocide is still going on, and it's more than 11,000 people. Just try to imagine how many people are 11,000 people. Like if you go to a big football stadium and it's full of people, maybe that comes close to the imagination, how you can imagine 11,000 people have died in just 32 days. Many lost their homes, many lost their families, and it's just very, very heartbreaking seeing the same things happening from the same views and the same videos from 1948, the Nakba, when people either got murdered, slaughtered, or they got kicked out of their houses and they had to live somewhere else. A big chunk of them lived in Gaza in refugee camps, and they bombed these refugee camps. And there are few people, or like few grandmas, who have seen both the displacements. And just think about it, like there was a video about a 90-year-old woman who was fleeing in Gaza to go to a new place as by the orders of the Israeli forces. And when they were getting displaced and when they were moving, that was her second or third time in her life already moving out, changing places, getting kicked out of her house because of violent occupation that has been going on for 75 years now. And talking about the Nakba and survivors, we can segue into the talk that's attached to this part. It's not an interview, but like a talk between two scholars, and they're talking about a book. Let me pull it out right now. Okay, so the book is called Nakba and Survival, the story of Palestinians who remained in Haifa and Galilee 1948 to 1956 by Adel Manna. Adel Manna is a historian, and this book was being discussed in the talk. And let me read you a little bit about the book, because it's a bit different than most of the scholarly studies and the academic studies about the Nakba, because most of the studies they focus more on the armed resistance, or the people that fled, or the people that got kicked out. But this one focuses on the people who like returned back or were able to stay, and the constant struggle they had to face, and how can I say it, the hidden hand of violence that kept going on. So I will read some of the notes that I had about the book and the prologue. So this book is an engaging and accessible departure in Palestinian historiography, because it focuses on how 120,000 Palestinians were able to remain in the Galilee during and after the 1948 war, when most other Palestinians got kicked out in a series of events the Palestinians called the Nakba. And as many of you know, like the Nakba in Arabic means the catastrophe. The history of the Palestinian land and the Palestinian people was never happy. Even before the Nakba, there were many events that were not considered the best, but only during the 1948 was it called the Nakba, because it was such a huge catastrophe. People lost their land, their homes, and they lost many people during the war. Through intimate and well-researched stories of people and events, Adel Manna crafts an absorbing read full of new historical detail and insight, narrating an understudied aspect in the Palestinian and Israeli history, based on family documents, oral history, and hitherto unstudied archives in Hebrew, Arabic, and English. This book has already came out, I think, in Hebrew and Arabic. So if you speak any of these languages, you can check it out in that language. Nakba and Survivor also tells the intimate story of Manna's own family. It contributes, as well as the controversial debate around the role of Palestinian leaders of the Israeli Communist Party and other during and after the 1948 war, as combination of boldness and intimacy constitutes a striking departure in our understanding of the sentimental events of 1948 in Palestine. Reviewers, yes, for decades the Israeli narrative dominated Western understandings of the 1948 war. English language historiography of the Nakba, especially as told from the Palestinian perspective, remains seriously underrepresented. And we can see that till now, like documenting what happened in 1948 or the 1967, the Israeli narrative is mostly dominant because, you know, like as any winners or upper hand in any conflict, usually these people have the ability to like erase the history or like try to hide some information of the losing side. But not only because of that, but also to try and hide the massacres that happened, and like many things. Maybe we can talk about it later, like the massacre of Dar Yassin or Duwaima. And also like because most of the documented events by the Palestinians or the indigenous people living there, it got erased or burned, so the only thing that's living are eyewitnesses and people talking about it, like either like grandparents or uncles or aunts talking about what happened and what they saw. And it's still underrepresented and people are not taking it seriously. What Adel did in his book here, Adel Manna, he used oral testimonies, also known as like oral history, but he did it in a way to make sure everything that's said was accurate. So he did not take everything for a face value. He interviewed people that he knew he could trust, and only if the narrative matches other narratives and if it's similar, trying to reach to some kind of truth of what actually happening and rewriting history at the time and comparing it to the few documents that's left, as we have read before, if it's in the archive or if it's some documents or eyewitnesses that was sent. So the claim that it's not as reliable has gone because Adel put lots of work into comparing the narratives and talking about it and putting oral history into usage. Yes, and the story is told from the point of view of a segment of the Palestinian people who would become second-class minoritized citizens in their own country, where they today constitute 20% of the population. The shock and trauma they experienced in 1948 and afterwards as a result are at the heart of this book, which one reviewer described as a rich, powerful, and paradigm-breaking contribution to the history of the Nakba and to Palestinian historiography more generally. Nakba and survivors provide English readers with access to an important historical narrative that was previously available only in Arabic or Hebrew. It also offers a wealth of details culled from a wide variety of sources regarding a seminal event in Palestinian history, as refracted through the experiences of 120,000 Palestinians who managed to remain in Israel after over 750,000 of their compatriots were forced to leave their homes. Focusing not on the latter, but on those who remained and survived the Galilee, it provides a unique insight into how, by managing to stay in their homes and on their land, they resisted the wave of ethnic cleansing that transformed Palestine in 1948 and that persists to this day. So 120,000 people that stayed, they had everyday constant struggle, constant violence, and trying to oppose the ethnic cleansing that was happening that completely transformed the history and is still going on till today. And as I said before, it's an interview with these people and comparing it to documents. I still did not read the whole book because I did not have time, but I've only read summaries and few chapters. And for anyone interested in the history of not only the people expelled but the people stayed, I think it's a very good read and very historically reliable. And I think it like also humanizes the experience of the Palestinian people, because when we usually hear about these conflicts, it's just numbers, and it's really hard for people to visualize it. And there are like few pictures that survived from that day and age, and few videos where people getting kicked out, moving, migrating, and yeah, and like when we talk in numbers, it's dehumanizing in itself, but also there has been like a very long historic dehumanization against people living in the Middle East and Palestinian people, and we can see it affecting the people that are living right now, where thousands and millions of people are protesting to prove their humanity. Like, for example, the Palestinian man or the brown man cannot just die over there. We have to humanize and like put a receipt, and we have to prove that their humanity, because they're often vilified and seen in the media as aggressive or subaltern or less than human being. So there is the constant like proving that, like, that needs to like prove their humanity. A Palestinian man cannot just die and we grieve their loss. We have to discuss their job, if they're a medic or if they're a person, or if they were a person with a disability, so that we can just draw some emotion of people. While if just a normal person dies anywhere else in the world, well, of course there are many dehumanized and people all around the world that when they die they're just numbers and they're not stories to be told and remembered after. Like I'll quickly mention like what's happening, for example, in Sudan or in Congo, or the many problems that happened, for example, with the Uyghur Muslims. And yeah, just an example that when these people are dying, or when these people are facing violence and struggle every day, it's just numbers, just stories, it's just news. When a child dies, we people or protesters, our family needs to show their pictures, need to show the mutilated bodies to convince the public and the people and the lawmakers that these are real human beings. It's a bizarre situation that we're in, and maybe we can unfold that in the talk today about the history of Orientalism, the history of how the West kept trying to dehumanize its enemy for years, and its lingering effects still now in Europe or in the Western world, like North America also. Where, for example, like the United States, whenever they had an enemy, they always dehumanized the enemy to like manufacture from the public some kind of consent that they can do this. We have seen this with the Iraq invasion, where multiple articles, multiple people just kept saying that these people are savages, that these people had nuclear weapons, that they don't respect human rights, and all kinds of dehumanization that I've been listening and we've been hearing for a long time. So when they entered the war, yes, lots of people were against it, but there was an overarching neutralness or acceptance of what was happening, because as always, like, the Middle Eastern person was always villainized and looked as because of Orientalism, as a savage or less of a person for so long. It started with the Orientalist movement, where scholars and people went to the Middle East and they tried to document it and talk about it, but they did not document it perfectly, and they put their own biases into it, and it was control over the production of knowledge, where everyone and all the knowledge they produced about the Middle East at that time, or the Orient, which was not only the Middle East, China, Asia, Africa, all of it, they put it in one category, which in of itself is crazy, because that's one of its problems, and one of the biggest problems, that was just like a chunk of third world countries, just a bunch of people. That was the first mistake, and of course so many mistakes, and I'm just saying what I understood from the book Orientalism by Edward Said, which is a really important and a key book for discovering this issue, and how the dehumanizing of people, and how these Orientalist scholars created a narrative that the Middle Eastern person is less than a human, is a savage, and even that rhetoric later was used to justify colonization and entering some countries, because they believed that they would bring civilization to these people, and of course taking the resources from there while they're doing that. And the colonization had severe impacts, and still affecting people, academia till now, where they went there and they treated people less than a human being just because of the color of their skin or their beliefs. And also at that time there was a narrative that Islam was a savage and violent religion, and these people are violent and they are backwards, they don't have the mannerisms as the Western do, and it just created an everlasting impact. So over the last, I don't know how many years, 200, 300 years, there have been this constant push and narrative that the Middle Eastern person or the Islamic person, of course, and other people, but I'm just focusing on this region right now, they are aggressive, they are less than a human, they are terrorists. And like the terrorists claim, it came as a byproduct of the years of Orientalism before, of the years of racism, of the years of xenophobia, of years of colonization, and maybe it's going away slowly in the academia, and people talked about it and they fully know what's happening, but still it's like white supremacy or racism or xenophobia or like Orientalist ideas are still mingled, and they are right in the fabric of our reality and our news and everywhere. Like for example, before the war that happened, or before the attack on October 7, news coming from Palestine or Israel, it was heavily biased in the media, although even like centered news media like BBC, they have very strong biases. Like when a child or a person was killed in Palestine or in Gaza Strip or in the West Bank, it was reported, you can see in the headlines, like for example 12 people may have died in an attack by Israel, when it's actually 12 kids got murdered by the direct airstrike that happened. But then when it happens in Israel, then these people are murdered. But when it happens in Palestine, these people die. And this is for a neutral, left-leaning news media like BBC. So you can imagine like what other medias have been saying, and the rhetoric that they have been pushing, and the ignorance and the xenophobia and the increasing Islamophobia all around the world, as well as anti-Semitism. Yeah. So yes, going back to the point about dehumanizing people, and especially Palestinians, for the last 70 years in the media, they've been pushing the narrative that they are less than human, and they are aggressive, and they are terrorists, and that like kind like dehumanizes them, and then makes, when an average reader reads it, it's just another person that dies in the conflict, wrong place, wrong time, oops, it happens. Thousands and millions of brown people have died before, and no one cared, because there's always conflict there, there's always war there. So for example, with what's happening right now, with the war and the Palestinian people dying, as I said, like, we need to prove their humanity, and we need to beg people that they should not die and show them that they should not die, which is honestly very infuriating and disgusting. And like, these people also, they deserve to mourn in privacy. They don't deserve to they don't deserve to have their children or people just on live news and everywhere begging people to stop calling for ceasefire. They deserve to mourn privately. They deserve to live in peace and harmony and not be potential loss or potential victims or potential deaths. These people deserve to live worry-free, without worrying how many of their family members will die, or worrying what will happen the next day to them, or worrying when will the next conflict be, or just worrying about where they're gonna get their next piece of bread from, as we say in Arabic, يعني لقمة العيش. I'm just gonna drink some water, so stay with me one bit. And here I have some points that I wanted to talk about regarding our topic, and we can just go with it. Yes, I wanted to also to say that dehumanization or accusations of violence or accusation of inhumane acts have always come up in any anti-colonial movement throughout history, and they always try to use any narrative to draw the sympathy of other people, whether it's using women and politicizing it to do whatever they're doing, whether it's war, whether it's killing people, whether it's kidnapping people, and using it from an Orientalist lens, and dehumanization of the non-white person or the non-white man, and the accusations of violence or sexual harassment that is used to dehumanize these people. And it's like, unfortunately, all these kinds of violence, they happen in each armed conflict, in every armed conflict, by all sides and all people. But unfortunately, it's being focused on by Western or by colonial movements to justify the occupation and the violence against the people. So, for example, people using this rhetoric, they really never cared about queer rights or women or human rights, and they only use it up as a narrative to continue the violence and the occupation and the killing right now and the genocide. So maybe some of us remember the accusations of sexual violence and harassment and extreme violence was brought up on the October 7th attack, when Hamas attacked and they went over the Gaza border wall. It was used and very emphasized by the same people who are silent to the multiple of sexual assaults happening on Palestinian women. I think there's a statistic that I want to bring up. Maybe you can search it up. It's about like what percentage of the prisoners of political prisoners or just prisoners, Palestinian people in Israel, around 32% of them got touched or they got harassed sexually in some kind of way or tortured, and no one talks about that. No one cares when it happens to the brown man or the brown woman, the Palestinian man or the Palestinian woman, because they like it's seen from the lens that, well, it's sad that's happening, but they kind of deserved it because of what's happening. No, it should never happen to anyone, and the hypocrisy is driving many people crazy. It's like, for example, like the use of queer rights and LGBTQ rights against the Palestinian people to continue the occupation and violence. It's not an excuse to occupy people, because the Israeli government is a pink-washed government and they use homo-nationalism a lot. So pink-washing is the use of a government, organization or an institute of LGBTQ plus politics to further their agenda or further what they want, in the case of Israel, to further the occupation and like strengthen their position, when in fact the IDF or the Israeli forces, they have blackmailed Palestinian gay men for being informants for them, or they're gonna out them to their family and their people because they have like files and evidence. So basically they're blackmailing them. If they really cared about them, they would have offered help, or if they are really the only democracy in the Middle East, they would have like whatever, took them in, tried to make their life better. No, but they used them as informants and they blackmailed them, and they furthered use them for their agenda. They don't care about gay people, they don't care about women, they just use these rhetorics to further the occupation, the genocide that is happening. And unfortunately, like lots of liberal people fell for this trap, and they say, well, like the people in Gaza, they are like they are not really friendly to queer people, and they are misogynist, and they are this and they are that. So are white people in America. So are the mass shooters who go to gay clubs and kill people. So it's every part in the world. A country has never protected whatever marginalized group. It's always the community that's trying to push for their rights and trying to protect themselves and trying to be there for each other, and only do the government come later, because politicians only play on what will be beneficial for the voters or the people. They rarely care, and the ones that care cannot do that much of importance. So in the end, it's just usually people taking care of other people in the community and using this rhetoric to further violence, occupation, bombing, invasion of other countries in the Middle East. It's just racist, and it's just so like mind-boggling for anyone that's living in the Middle East. And we can talk about this later, but like this hypocrisy drives so many people, and it makes them hate and have so much violence towards any like Western country or occupation, because they have always fiddled with their governments. They have always tried to like interfere with their politics and not let them live. They have always used it to create and do violence. And like if you want, you can see online like interviews with like ex-Israeli soldiers or people or queer people or women talking about how the colonial forces were violent to them and using them, because a colonial occupying force in its innate nature, it is violence. It is violence ever since it starts. It is violence when you sleep. It is violence when you wake up. It is violence when you go out in the streets. It is violence that's unseen, that's untalked about, that's not a killing or murder or a strike. And it has been going on for 75 years, and only people pay attention when there is a terror attack or when there are like bombs dropping. But when people are experiencing violent colonial forces for 75 years, for all their existence, ever since they were born, there is resentment inside of them, and like it is in nature violence, and people usually start the narrative of what happened on October 7, but the narrative started way before. The narrative started 75 years before, and even before, with like for example the Balfour Declaration in 1917, if I'm not mistaken, or the British imperial colonial forces, and how they created a system for the Zionists to use, and how Zionism in its origin is a colonial move, and it's not hidden. It was said proudly and loudly by the founder of the Zionist movement. And since many countries were colonial at that time and they had colonial interests, they used that perspective to pitch themselves to try and have their own piece of land and expelling the people. And they knew what they were doing, but then after the condemnation of colonization and stuff, the new lie and the rhetoric came out about how there was no people in the land, about how people like there were how there was no culture there, how it was an empty land, and the Zionists came in and they made farms and gardens out of it. That's not true. Indigenous people, indigenous Palestinian people have always lived there. They have always had touch with the nature and the roots over there. And that is evident by the burning of olive trees in the bordering parts of Lebanon, or even in Palestine, the burning of the olive trees, because olive tree holds such an important heritage for the indigenous Palestinian people living there, because it lives for such a long time, I think up to 400 years, and usually olive trees are given from generation to another, and it's being taken care of, and it's really important. As you can see on the kufiya here, these represent the olive leaves of the tree. It's very important to the land over there. And these two lines, they represent like the important trade routes that was in Palestine at that time. And when people live there and they are in touch with the nature, and they have created thousands of recipes and food from the land that they lived in, from the nature that they were in touch with, and then when Zionists or people who did not live there came over, took over the culture, took over the lands, kicked people out and trying to take the culture, it's just evident of who is indigenous to the land and who is the colonizer. And I'm not saying like it's only for a certain ethnicity. There were Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Druze, indigenous Arab Palestinians living there, and they were there, but then like when the Zionists came, they pushed certain people out and kicked them and took over their land. And when they burn olive trees of people, of indigenous people, when when they take hummus or falafel and they say it's their national dish, when this recipe has existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, when it's older than the state of Israel, it's evident who is there, who is indigenous to the land and who is not. When the name of the food is hummus and it turns into like phonetics of the word change, it's evident like who is indigenous to the land and who is not. And the colonial movement and the power in itself, its goal, as we have seen throughout history, is to not just normal colonial forces. Their aim is to take the resources and make the people living there just like them but not look like them, so that they can still oppress them. And it's a very successful tactic. And we can see the Eastern world is still paying the debts for the prices they have paid for it. Many countries in Africa are still fighting for their own sovereignty. So many countries in the Middle East are still messed up because of what happened. I'm not saying it's the main reason, and I'm not removing local agency from people, but that plays a huge factor on how can the country stand on themselves and support. Anyways, so I was talking about the difference between settler colonialism, which is being done by the Zionist occupational forces of Israel, and normal colonialism, which has happened throughout history. So colonialism, like normal colonialism, takes resources, tries to change the people into making them like them but not look like them, so that they can still oppress them and use them and have them under control. I think I can go over about how like colonialism is just an extension of capitalism, where if there are no more resources, you try to get cheap labor elsewhere and using the resources and the people. So in order to have control over people, it's really important to make them feel less of themselves, of trying to change their culture, of trying to erase what they stand for, so that they have the same values and ethics like the colonizer, but still not look like them, so that they can oppress them. And this still has its effects till now. Many people have internalized racism because of all of this, because of the history that happened and the feeling of shame for the identity of being a person in the Middle East, or a Muslim person, or just a brown person, because of the racism, of the years of shame, there are lots of internalized racism within like like our beloved ones, our family, our people. Gladly more people are paying attention to it and they're trying to heal, because it's usually like generational trauma happening from one generation to another. Yes, back to the topic. Maybe we can delve on that later. But back on we talked about colonialism, now about settler colonialism, which is being done by the Israeli Zionist movement. So settler colonialism, sorry, I'm just trying to think and how can I describe it best? Okay, so settler colonialism is like, first of all, like it's only temporarily, and it's initially like relies on empire for support. So for example, like in unlike normal colonialism or traditional or classical colonialism, which has happened, for example, the British, Portuguese, there's always like support from the mother empire or from the land, and it's like an extension of it, bringing in resources, people, whatever they do. But for settler colonialism, it's only temporarily, and it initially starts with that, but then later its goal is to be dependent and to be its own country by displacing the indigenous people that live there, and it's motivated by the desire to take over land. Like, it's very apparent with old settler colonialism that we have seen throughout history, whether it's in Australia, New Zealand, the United States of America. It first starts with the mother empire or the mother people. They come, they try to displace the indigenous people and take as much land as they can and claim it all to themselves. And then when there is like very few indigenous people, they start feeling bad for them and not even giving the right to have their land back or something. No, just feeling bad for them, giving some kind of reparation, an apology. Sorry, we killed almost all of you. Yeah. And in settler colonialism, it treats the new land as a permanent national homeland for settlers. And that's the aim of settler colonialism. It's like its aim is to eliminate as much indigenous population as you can and replace them and have an invasive settler society that develops on its own identity, on its own sovereignty. And as I said, like with what happened before, like New Zealand, United States, Canada, it's all based on the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of indigenous people. And that's why we see a rise of solidarity between all the indigenous communities all around the world. It's truly like touching to see like how many people around the world, they see the struggle, they see how people are they just want to stay in the land where their grandparents, grandfathers, great-great-grandparents lived there. Yeah, that is settler colonialism, taking over people's land, living there, replacing them, creating your own culture out of it and making your homeland and your only place of residing. And as I said before, like we also have to discredit that it's an Israeli-Hamas conflict. It was never that. It was never that. It has always been an Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or like it's just settler colonialism in happening, genocide, ethnic cleansing that's happening. I would really recommend for people who want to read more about this. It's called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pappé. Ilan Pappé is an Israeli historian and a professor in a university. I don't remember. We can look it up right now on the internet. Yes, so he is an expatriate Israeli historian and a political scientist, and he is a professor with the College of Social Sciences and International Studies at the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom, and the director of the university's European Center for Palestinian Studies and co-director of the Exeter Centers for Ethnopolitical Studies. He wrote a book about the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. It's a well written and a nice book, but also very heartbreaking, and it was this new wave of Israeli historians trying to bring back or reconstruct the history that was lost. And when you read it, you just like realize how how horrible it was, especially like the Nakba. Like it mostly talks about the Nakba and sometimes the Naksa in 1967. And we can read some excerpts for it, from example, the bloodiest massacre at Duwaima, or what happened in Dar Yassin. But anyways, as I said, that the term that we say the conflict or stuff is very misleading, because that's what I'm talking about, the biases of Western media. When you read it, you think that it's a war that started on October 7th, that it's when some people attacked other people and they retaliated and they are in a war. No. If it's called its right term, I think we would see a great shift, and we are seeing a great shift right now. It is a single long-running process of the Zionist colonization of the Palestinian people, and we should always try to emphasize on this part. And this understanding is not new, that it's colonization, although we've just seen the resurgence of it in Western media. It's always been known by people living in Middle East and Palestine. The long-running process of the Zionists is a colonization of Palestine. This understanding is not new and was in fact understood by early Zionist leaders themselves, but has only recently been accepted by Western historians. To understand why the Gaza genocide and everything else that's happening, like we talked about settler colonialism, we can talk about Zionism a little bit. But what's very funny that I want to talk about how like right now, only recently it's been accepted by Western historians that it's a colonial movement. It has always been known as that by people, by like simple farmers or like uneducated people. They have always known that, and only now Western historians are looking now. Always whenever there is conflict, war, invasion in the Middle East, like everyone knows what's happening. They just know. They don't need media, they don't need historians to come and tell them, or like professors in colonial studies to come tell them, oh, what's actually happening is colonization or ethnic cleansing or all these things. They just know, and they always resist against it, and they always spot racism when they see it. They always spot xenophobia when they see it, or Orientalism, even if the people have no idea what this is, but they know and they feel it, and they try to struggle against and talk against and protest against. And then the Western media say that these are backward people, these are savages. They have brought great knowledge and great information to many Western people. I'm just saying Western and Eastern as a binary, not that I'm accepting of it, but I'm just using the same terms that have been used to dehumanize us and used to build a narrative against us. And yeah, so talking a little bit about Zionism, as we know, it's an ideological movement that was founded in the 1880s in response to the European anti-Semitism, not just in Europe but also in Russia. There was a great anti-Semitism movement and pogroms and killing of Jewish people, and we all know like the very dark history of the European Guild. And the funny, and like what's also uncanny, and that the anti-Semitism and the violence against, like, or the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it is seen by many people as a European problem. It's not an Israeli problem, or it's not Arab people problem. It is a European problem, because the guilt of the Europeans got transferred onto us, and we had to deal with it. And of course we talked about the Balfour Declaration and how previous British and French colonial imperialist forces gave out the right to the land without asking the people that had lived there for many years, hundreds and hundreds of years. So going back to Zionism, in the 1880s it was created in response to European anti-Semitism and also Russian anti-Semitism with pogroms that happened there. And Theodor Herzl, the founder of the Zionism, called for a national Jewish homeland in the form of an exclusive ethno-state. And that's mainly the problem of it, as an exclusive ethno-state. Needing the European support, Herzl approached Britain because it was the first to recognize the need for colonial expansion. In 1902, Herzl wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes, the British leader who colonized the modern-day Zimbabwe, and I will say a quote from the letter. "You are being invited to help make history. It doesn't involve Africa, but a piece of Asia Minor. How then do I happen to turn to you, since this is an out-of-the-way matter for you? How indeed, because it is something colonial." But Zionism had a problem already. The Palestinian people has already inhabited the land, opposing to the idea and belief that it was an empty land. There is a whole chapter dedicated to this myth and belief, and it got debunked by also Ilan Pape in his book 10 Myths about Israel, and one of the myths is that there were no Palestinian people living there, but he tried to debunk this myth by documents, eyewitnesses, but just talking about it because it's not true. And it's a whole chapter in the book, so if you want to read about it, it's there, and maybe later on we can read about it. To establish a Jewish state, Israel in Palestine, Jewish people had to constitute the majority of the population. Only a state with at least 80% Jewish is a viable and stable state. That's Ben-Gurion, the Israel's first prime minister. But Palestinians were the majority at the time, and for Zionism to succeed, non-Jewish people had to be removed from Palestine, and in turn, Jewish settlers had to take their place. Another quote by Ben-Gurion: "We must expel the Arabs and take their place." Also, he is, as we know, the Israelis' first prime minister. And this was implemented in the 1947-1949 Zionist militias conducting a mass campaign of ethnic cleansing against Palestinians, the Nakba. 80% of Palestinians in the heartland were expelled to create Israel's Jewish majority. And Zionism today is, as I said, like just an extension of the settler colonial movement. And I wanted to go back to the point where I talked about the pink washing and the homonationalism of Israel, to use it to keep pushing their narrative and their genocide and the killing of people. So first of all, let me just give definition. What is homonationalism? Let me read some, or let me say some arguments which could classify as that, unlike some comments that are usually done by people. Sincerely, a gay Jew who would be sentenced to death in virtually any Middle Eastern, North African country outside of Israel and subjected to anti-Semitism in pretty much every country across the West. Why do these Americans think Palestine support LGBT stuff? It is not tolerated. Gays would instantly be executed in Gaza area, as with most Muslim countries. You do realize that if you were gay in Palestine, you would literally get killed and thrown off the top of the building, while Israel hosts one of the biggest pride parades in the whole world? Do you even realize that? So that's some of the comments and rhetoric said by people. So what is homonationalism? The term homonationalism, coined by Jasper Puar in 2007, describes the favorable association between a nationalist ideology and LGBTQ plus people or their rights. So it involves the optation of both the LGBTQ plus rights and for nationalist and xenophobic agendas, which these two agendas should never be coupled together. It makes a disastrous coupling, because xenophobia and nationalist agendas are usually done by Western countries. It's not the most progressive and the best. And in order to justify the superiority and the persecution of certain nations, culture, and people over time, we see it by many whitewashed associations in the West saying, oh, like marking on the map where you could die as a gay person, and it's usually only in the, like in the MENA region and the Swana region, they put it in red or orange, like, oh, it's very dangerous to be there. I can talk about this later, but briefly, gay and queer people have always existed in Middle East and in the Swana region. It's only after colonization, it's only after colonial feminism, and it's only after the forcing of the superior white morality on us did it make a problem. I'll just try to talk about it really briefly so that I can keep going and explaining what homonationalism is. But we've had many poets, we've had many people, we've had, as you would say it by the Western term, non-binary people or people in between two genders, understanding it in the binary scale. They've always there, and believe it or not, many of the laws against gay people or that are misogynist, it's still in the parliament or still in the law because of the colonization and because it stayed there. I'm really bad with numbers and my memorization is not good, so I'll not try to say wrong information, but there's like a law order or some codes that are still in many countries that got colonized that villainizes queer people or is very misogynist. That is still there from the colonial era when we had to write law and all these things because it was seen as the only way of making a country and whatever. So yeah, and after that, queer people have always existed. They are always there, but they have existed under a different system, under a different name in the Swana region, South and Western Asia, North Africa. But it was not in the same system or understanding as in Western countries. And when Western countries finally got a little bit of LGBTQ rights or that, many people infused it with their white supremacist values, and they pointed the finger of blame on the people in the Middle East about how we should support the gay people over there. They need to come out, they need to do all these things, and they forced their understanding of how is it to be queer, how is it to be a gay person on the people in the Swana region of there is the way of how you do it. You come out, you make it an identity. Queer people have always existed, but it was never an identity there, and I think it was such a hard concept for many whitewashed organizations and people who had like some racist and xenophobic values. It was hard to accept, and they're like, oh, they're not free to roam around and walk around and stuff. They were free before, and then got harder after the colonization, and then because of the colonization and the trying to erase the history of people, Islamic fundamentalism became a popular thing. It was always there, but it never became so strong. It only became strong because people started losing their language, their culture, their tradition, because it was being replaced by the colonizer. So what was the thing they could grasp on so that they can have a sense of belonging? It was the religion, because the religion, not only is it about the religion, it also had language and poetry in it. So people held on it and they identified themselves with it a lot, because their parents and they lived an era where erasure, where in many French colonies and British colonies, even teaching the language of the people was not allowed, and it was heavily persecuted, but it's heavily encouraged to talk with the language of the colonizer, because only you will be a respectable person if you speak the language of the colonizer. And that created shame. Islamic fundamentalism came in because people needed to attach and like hatch on an identity, because they kept losing their identity. Anyways, back to the point that queer people have always existed, but not in the same way that Western people thought about it. And then when they used LGBTQ plus politics, and when they used feminism against us and not to help us, it creates more repulsion for it. The average person, for example, some of my family members, they have felt a demeaning gaze from many Western countries for not supporting the colonial feminism that they wanted to achieve. And quickly talking about colonial feminism is the use of feminism and the assumption that patriarchy and oppression only exists in one way, and all women all around the world experience oppression of patriarchy in one way all around the world, which is completely wrong and not intersectionalist, in the sense it does not bring other perspective to it, whether it's class, race, post-colonial theory, blah blah, all these things. So they used it to demean the brown man and the brown woman in the Middle East for not believing in it, for not removing the veil and be open, when it's two completely different societies. When speaking for women in the Middle East and for queer people in the Middle East, for them, and not letting them speak about how they would like to see change, how to be progressive, how to do these things. So normal people, like people in my family, have growing hate for feminism because it was used to demean them, to make them feel like they are not moral enough, they are not advanced enough. And that just blends into the idea that we're talking about, the demeaning and the looking at the Eastern person, whether it's from Middle East, India, Southeast Asia, Southwest Asia, as a subaltern person, less than a person. And amazing post-colonial essay written by Spivak thus spoke the subaltern, I think so. It's very beautiful, it discusses that. Anyways, back to the point. Yes, to queer rights, also the whitewash LGBTQ plus rights, they force their system of understanding on the queer people living there and making it more dangerous for the people there, because with the growing demeaning and the pressure from international from many countries all around the world, the pressure that, oh, they should support LGBTQ plus rights in the way that they understand how it should be, because it could exist in many different ways and systems. If you start listening to the people and not speaking for them, instead of listening to them. So for example, like we as people live in the Middle East, we see right through the bullshit, right through the hypocrisy. So for example, when Obama urges some countries in the Middle East to start and look into the LGBTQ plus rights, when Obama has signed off the bombing of drone killing of so many people in the Middle East, of people in Afghanistan, and these bombing killed women, killed queer people also. So people see right through it. They really don't care about us or the marginalized group or the patriarchy that's happening in the region. They just use it as a rhetoric against us to demean us, demean the Palestinians, demean what they stand for, what they believe in for. That's why there's a growing, not growing, but like in a bit of the older generation, they kind of have a very disliking to LGBTQ plus laws or feminism, because it have been used in a way to make them feel like a lesser human being, to not make them feel moral. I'm not removing or not taking away, I forgot the word, local, I'm not taking away from the bad things that are happening there, of course, because they are held local accountability for it, but I'm just saying that it's a huge part of it. It's very hard for people to be, for example, progressive in Palestine or Gaza when people are dying, when people are being killed every day, when people can't even live over there. So going back to the homo-nationalism, sorry about the rant. Homo-nationalism is excessively used by the US for imperialist, militarist purposes. Again, homo-nationalism is used excessively by the US for the imperialist, militarist purposes. After 9/11, Bush started the war on terror against the axis of evil, and LGBTQI plus rights were used to reinforce the binary, which queer politics are against it, which is you is good, USA number one, USA is good, Arab countries bad, because one claimly supports LGBTQI plus politics and the other does not. It's very ironic when the USA, I think there have been over more than 100 bills passed against women's rights and LGBTQI plus rights. So maybe they should focus more on their own country instead of using it to further their agenda and their imperialist agendas on us. Yes, so going on, homo-nationalism and Israel. Israel uses LGBTQI plus rights as a smoke screen to divert attention from its occupation of Palestine. Pinkwashing, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, the promotion of LGBTQ plus rights to boost a country's image is a form of homo-nationalism. So again, so Israel uses the LGBTQ plus politics as a smokescreen so that they can keep doing the violence that they're doing, to keep doing the occupation, the violence, killing of people, the occupation of Palestinian people, all of them, men, women, children, queer people, disabled people, all kinds of people. They don't care who is it. And Israel, using successful tactics of pinkwashing, has encouraged Zionists and their sympathizers to claim sexual exceptionalism, making them an example of equality and development. We have to understand that this is just a media gig. Millions and billions of dollars are thrown into creating the image of Israel as this gay, free, open world of equality and development. It's the only democracy in the Middle East where if Jewish people talk against the Israeli government, they get put in prisons too. So they try so hard to build the image for themselves that they are this equal development, LGBTQI plus feminist country, when it's not. They're just trying to bring people to encourage Zionism and make more people to sympathize towards it. And this tolerance supposedly gives them superiority over Palestinians and thus legitimacy in actions they take. They try to bring all the points and they use it. So that when you read it about in the media, and so that when like liberal or like slightly left-leaning people hear about what's happening, they feel a bit desensitized what's happening and sympathize with Israel because they have the biggest pride in the world. Like, you cannot say much against that. They are very much for human rights. They are very much for all these great things that are used against the people to continue the occupation, the killing, the violence, the patriarchy that's going on. And there are many like posters and stuff that you can search online. Like there's this poster in front of me where it says, "Where in the Middle East can gay officers serve their country? Only in Israel. In a democracy, politicians-led leadership and political office are open to all citizens, no matter of the race, religion, or sexual orientation. Only in Israel. The Israeli Declaration of Independence guarantees all citizens freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, culture, and equal access to holy sites. Support democracy, support Israel." And Puar, the person that first coined the term homonationalism, Puar used homonationalism to describe a process that occurred after 9/11. She explains that LGBTQ plus rights became a way to demonstrate their civilization and humanity in contrast to the barbarism and homophobia of the Middle East. This way of contrast, of humanization, of contrast between the civilized and the humanity in Western countries compared to the barbarism in Middle East, is just its roots is in Orientalism, and its extension is just homonationalism, pinkwashing, because the root is just the same. The root is Orientalism, xenophobia, racism, where at that time during the 1800s, 1900s, even in the late 1700s, I think so, Western countries built its identity of its comparison to the Orient, where it's seen as barbaric, backwards, uncivilized, not believing in scientific methods, and it's been going on for hundreds of years. And at the beginning there was no media, there was no movies, there was no pictures, so the only way you could know about these countries is through the documents written by these Orientals, which is xenophobic and racist, and they used it, like later it developed into that. And then all information, all knowledge about that region was taken from that, which is built on the basis of white supremacy, built on the basis of Orientalism, built on the basis of all of these things. So any kind of knowledge about that region or about any people in that area is based on white supremacist Orientalist values, because it's the power of production of knowledge. All knowledge about this part was racist, was built on white supremacist values. So inherently, all the knowledge that the Western people in that time and till now to this day inherently has racist views in it, and we need to critically think about how we view these things. Because imagine you've been fed, and the source and the basis of your information for 200 years or more was based on this construction, on this basis. So we need to look back, we need to critical think and just try to unlearn the biases. An example of that, okay, like I'm gonna try to draw some similarities. For example, every single person that that is a man or socialized as a man, they're gonna have inherent misogynist views because of the way they grew up and they were socialized into thinking it. So inherently they should trust and listen to the women around them to understand and unlearn the biases, unlearn the misogynist biases that's there. Same thing with Western people. Inherently, in the basis of information, since you are taught and socialized and talked about the Middle East, it's inherently xenophobic, racist, and Orientalist, and hence there's a need for space for people to talk for themselves, especially in this conflict, like Palestinian people, Middle East people, to talk about the conflict, about the people, about everything by themselves. And we should listen to them and listen to what they have to say and listen to us, because only through an open dialogue with other groups, only will we reach an understanding of the oppression that's happening, and we can all collectively stand in solidarity with it. Going on. This simplistic narrative is easy to buy into, but is also untrue. Prisoners were still barbarically tortured by American government in Guantanamo, and there are queer Muslims fighting for liberation in the Middle East and across the world. Racist concepts like homonationalism creates false binaries, gay and Muslim, become opposites, while Western and queer become synonymous. So that's very dangerous. These ideas can be used to generate public support in the West for violent programs of joint strikes, wars, and imperialism. This is a quote from Sean Faya. So this binary is very dangerous, where like gay and Muslim is opposite, while Western and queer becomes one and synonymous. So that's why the way we say wars and put wars in headlines is very, very important, because it's not just about the words, it's about the historical context of it. It's about the assumptions that people have. So many people that read the news, they assume, as we have read, Western and queer is synonymous, while gay and Muslim is opposite. Muslim and barbaric has the same connotation, while white, gay, and Western become synonymous. So when we choose our words in media, it's very important to critically think and see what are the assumptions of it from our society, what we've learned from it, and what we can do about it, as we've said before from the reports from BBC and other stuff. So that's homo nationalism. And now moving on to pinkwashing. and how it's used by the Israeli government. So pinkwashing is an Israeli government propaganda strategy that cynically exploits LGBTQIA plus rights to project a progressive image, while concealing Israel's occupation and apartheid policies oppressing Palestinians. Israel's pinkwashing agenda seeks to portray itself as a fun-loving gay haven, while using racist stereotypes to depict Palestinians as backwards. Again, you can see the rhetoric, yes, about it all roots from Orientalism, it all roots from xenophobia, it all roots in thinking that Palestinian people, Arab people are backwards, barbaric, they are subaltern, while the Western is the progressive, liberal, leading the new world into new unexposed territories. Israel uses queer and LGBTQ politics as a tool to deflect criticism from its crimes against humanity, and weaponizes queer Palestinians' identities to alienate them from their own societies and to justify the oppression of Palestinians. So when it's used as a tool, it is just very hypocritical, and it puts, I think, I would love if we had an interview with a queer Palestinian, but they fight, or like, okay, I'll talk like as an Arab person, we fight a constant struggle in between the community and our people, between our people, in fighting for queer people's right, and on the outwards fighting the Western world that you don't need to use this rhetoric to oppress us, make genocide in Palestine, kill people, oppress people, ethnic cleanse people. That's not never will be an excuse for such kind of heinous crimes. Israel overtly uses culture as a form of propaganda to whitewash or justify its regime of occupation, settler colonialism, and apartheid over the Palestinian people. Israel pours a lot of money into promoting its gay-friendly image, doing things like funding pro-Israel motives with gay themes and running tourism campaigns that position Israel as a world gay destination. It's just a media gig in the end, when we have to understand that they never cared about women's rights or gay people. They use all these rhetorics to try to justify what's happening, because if they really did care, they would allow humanitarian aid, they would allow hygienic products into what's happening, they would stop bombing and killing people, which includes women, which includes people, which includes so many people in there. They don't care, they just use it, and I've said this a million times again, they have used it to manufacture some kind of consent from people. So when it's going on, they just further the rhetoric, they further their colonialism, their apartheid, their violence that's going on. Because colonialism will never care about people's rights. Settler colonialism is inherent in itself a violent project. It will never care about other people's rights, because in of itself is taking the rights away from indigenous people. So like these two cannot coexist together. Well, it can if it's just an image. Pinkwashing actually has nothing to do with gay rights at all. It's not about Israel or Palestine's record on gay rights, but how gay rights are used as a political strategy anchored in Islamophobia, Arabophobia, to demonize Arabs and Palestinians, to discredit Palestinian resistance, and to justify Israeli occupation apartheid. Pinkwashing is the symptom. Settler colonialism is the root sickness. Let's say that again. Pinkwashing is the symptom. Settler colonialism is the root of the sickness and the root of violence. The violence will never stop unless the settler colonialism ends. The aggression will never stop until the settler colonialism ends. The violence and the cycle of violence will never end unless the settler colonial cease to exist. We will never have peace in the region until the settler colonial project cease to exist. And we have to keep reminding and telling people that the root of violence is not in the Palestinians, it's not in the Arabs, it's not in the Muslims, it's not in the Christian Palestinians, it's not in the indigenous people. It is in the settler colonial, which is violent in itself. And people have tried to peacefully march and peacefully resist it, but it never works. You cannot like talk and peacefully talk and just keep your voice quiet against a violent occupation, and they will never talk like here unless you're a bit violent, unless you're screaming, unless you're protesting, unless you're trying to tell everyone around the world what's going on, and screaming and trying to educate people. And this is what we're trying to do. And I'm sorry if I'm going a bit away with it, but I'll come back to the pinkwashing. I don't want people to lose hope on what we're doing, because 40, 30, 20, 10 years ago, having pro-Palestinian stances was very looked down upon, and it was you know, like people who had these views, they were ostracized and were being scared of and stuff like that. But thanks to the work of our former colleagues, brothers, and the horrible 75 years of occupation that's going on, and the amazing work of historians like Muad, like we talked about today, historians, people trying to push the narrative, it has become more acceptable now to talk about it. Although there is censoring in Western countries, as we have said, we've seen before, it is still more acceptable than before. People are seeing the struggle as what it actually is, a struggle between the indigenous and the settler colonial people. It's a struggle of people who lived, cultivated the land, knows the land by heart, and people who came to displace, ethnic cleanse them, and take over their culture and people. And their end goal is to have a nation built on that, and erase the indigenous people or follow the lead of other settler colonial projects like the Canada, USA, and New Zealand, where they keep as less indigenous people as you can, and then you feel bad for them in the end. I'm just gonna eat one date. I'm taking a date break. I'm so excited to have a talk later with actual guests, because I'm just talking to myself in a room. Okay, so that I try to remove the sounds of me eating the date, I'll play a song on my phone, and hopefully it does not blast everyone's ears. I'm eating my second date, I'll finish it right now. T4P يلا هنقسم صدى ومحسين
كافر اللي يمتد قبالي شبر اللي بيعجبش كل حدا الله يهدي اللي اهتدى فهمتوا كيف
Okay, thank you for staying with me. Yes, I was talking about pinkwashing and talking about the root of violence, that it is settler colonialism, and I'm glad that more people around the world see it as it is. We're still in the beginning, the work is still not done. We have to protest, keep going, resist, ask for a ceasefire, and force our politicians to and our lawmakers to hear us for what we really are. And as I said before, pinkwashing is just the symptom. Settler colonialism is the root of all the violence, of the sickness. Violence, occupation, and all this will never stop unless settler colonialism ends. Anti-pinkwashing activists and groups have pushed Palestinian rights at the forefront of pride events across the world. So, I would recommend some readings for the pinkwashing if you would like to read about it. First one is Pinkwashing Israel's International Strategy and Internal Agenda Call, a journal for body and gender studies. Israel and pinkwashing, an article published by the New York Times. Gay rights as human rights, pinkwashing, homonationalism, jadaliya. Another ASMR water drinking. Also an important organization that I think everyone should look into, donate, and try to listen to is Al-Qaws. Al-Qaws means the rainbow. In Arabic, it's an organization. Let me actually read the exact information about it. Al-Qaws for sexual and gender diversity in Palestinian society, often referred to as Al-Qaws, is a civil Palestinian society organization founded in grassroots activism, aiming to be the forefront of Palestinian culture and social change. The organization works to build LGBTQ+ communities and promote new ideas about the role of gender and sexual diversity in political activism, civil society, institutions, media, and everyday life. The queer organization also describes itself as queer, feminist, and anti-colonial in regards to the Israeli occupied territories. So if you really care about this and not using the rhetoric against Palestinian people, you should really read about Al-Qaws, and because it's such a good example of who you can listen to about this. Al-Qaws is a very good example, and many other organizations, if I remember, I have the name here. There is also pinkwashingisrael.com. They have really nice information. I think they also have infographics if you want to download that. And BDS movement on their website, there's just a subsection for the pinkwashing. So what we can say in the end, that always historically speaking for the people instead of letting them speak for themselves, especially if it's a marginalized group or in the Middle East or in the Swana region, it's gonna always yield like positive effects if you let them talk instead of speaking for them, because speaking for them always does more harm than benefit. We can see the example with white feminism or colonial feminism, where they pushed a certain narrative and understanding of, I'm not saying all Western feminists are like that, I'm just saying a group and a section of it which harmed lots of women and actually increased Islamophobia all around the world, because thinking that a woman can only be liberated by taking off her veil and by being liberated, and assuming that patriarchy is practiced all in the same way across the whole world in the same way, which is false, because each country has its own history, has its own binaries, has its own understanding of words, so of course the oppression will be different and the solutions will be different. So forcing a certain way of understanding takes away from the ability to people to speak for themselves instead of speaking for them. Same thing with LGBTQ plus riots. It harmed lots of people. Queer people have always existed. There's an interesting article about how, like, Saudi Arabia, like, I've lived in Saudi Arabia, and it just had so many gay people there, even more than any country that I lived here in Europe. And it's always seen, like, in the Western media. Not right now, because there's very good relation money. Okay, I don't want to get jailed. So there's so many gay people there, and prior to the belief, like, oh, they're gonna be thrown off buildings, they're being shot, they're being killed and beheaded, where almost like every other person there. It's very easy to be gay there, actually, because, like, it's the society there is gender segregated, so the men are always with themselves, and then like, women are separated, so it creates an environment where it's easy. Like, it's a very interesting article, and only after the introduction of Western LGBTQ plus policy has it been a problem, because now people were aware, and now people were like, oh, look at this new idea that's coming from the West, and it's demonizing us, and it's looking at us in a demeaning way, that we are less than a human because we don't support their moral values. Because during colonization, during the last 200-300 years, colonial forces have always used morals to dehumanize people, demonize them, look at them in a less of a way, of a less of a human being. So the same is being done now. So of course people who have lived through all of this oppression are not going to accept it, and instead of listening and working with local NGOs and local people, they just virtue signal. Oh, look at us. Like, I remember the 1975 lead singer in Malaysia, I think 4 to 3 months ago. He had a rant on stage, and he was like, oh, F the Malaysian government, they kill queer, like, gay people here and stuff. Oh, and then he kissed the drummer anyways, and then he's like, oh, all people should live happily and freely and safely. What this did is, this white man came and he virtue signaled, oh, I'm better, oh, look at you, and he just made it worse for the queer people in Malaysia. There have been more arrests of queer people. Festivals and music festivals that were planned, all of them got cancelled. I think for a long time. It was like a year or something. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But for a long time, it did more harm than good for the queer people living there. So yeah, that's that. And I forgot what I wanted to talk about. What was it talking about? But it's okay. No worries. I also wanted to talk about, what is it called? I'll find it here somewhere. Yes, about Palestinian lives, and a very important aspect of it that I really wanted to talk about. That there is this belief that Palestinian lives don't matter, and they would only matter, and they would matter, and that will change from numbers and pixels on screen to actual human lives once they achieve credibility, humanity, when they are, like, innocized, like when we, like, prove their innocence. Robbing them from their agency, infantilizing them, hoping it will achieve credibility, and people would start actually caring. That's that's a belief usually held by people that historically experienced so many dehumanizations. So the only thing that maybe Palestinian lives would matter if we achieve their credibility and humanity and their innocence. And that's wrong, and we rob them from their agency and infantilizing them and hoping in that way that the world would listen. That we focus only on the women and the children victim. That if we infantilize the Palestinians, we will finally prove that they indeed deserve liberation, deserve to live like a human being, deserve to go back to the land where they always lived. Their status would elevate, and their life would cost as much as a first world human life, with less melanin in the skin and enlightenment in their history. Because the struggle right now against dehumanization of the Palestinian people is trying to humanize them, which is a bizarre thing to do in the first place. Why can't just a Palestinian life be lost and mourned for? Why can't just a Palestinian life cost as much as any other life? Why can't a Palestinian life equal an Israeli life? Why do we have to always have to vouch for it, to be credible for it, and always show pictures and dead bodies in the hope that finally that human life would be as worthy as a white person, as a person with less melanin in the skin, as a Western person, as an Israeli person? Why can't just their life cost as much as any other life? We've said why. We've talked about it for the last, I don't know how many hour and a half. The long history of describing Arab people, people living in the East, Orient, such a broad term for thousands of cultures, painting them in one big brushstroke that they're all barbaric and not developed, and demonizing them, plus on top of the Oriental agenda. Of course, it all stems from there, in my opinion, but also how the United States, during its power and being like #1 world force and having all these imperialist expenditures all around the world, it always demonized their enemy so much, whether it's in Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, during the Red Scare, you know, they always demonized their enemy, and they were the world leaders in creating media. So that's also extension of Orientalism, about the power of knowledge production, of making people believe what they believe. And on top of that, that led to the dehumanization of people, where a Palestinian life is just less than a human life, that it can just die, that a Palestinian kid, if he dies, it just happened in the wrong place at the wrong time. But when an Israeli kid or a white kid or any other kid from all around the world, when they die, their life matter, and it should matter that way. I'm not taking away from them, but I'm just saying so does all these lives. And you can imagine the anger of the Palestinian people not being heard all these years and being dehumanized and demonized. And yeah, going back to the thing that I was saying, that I am dumbstruck that the world's current most lethal imperialist and settler colonialist regime in the world does not require humanization. The world can grieve Israeli loss, American loss, European loss, any other loss without qualifiers, without struggle for humanization, without infantilizing the people, despite the disparities in the death tolls. And I'm not comparing it, but I'm just saying, to convince governments and lawmakers and people around the world to stop funding war criminals, we have to certify, qualify the Palestinian dead people of their non-violence, of their civilianship, if that's a word, of their future dreams, to remind them that they are human beings, just like me and you and all of us all around and everyone hearing and every single human being, to remind them that they they are people with jobs, that they're employees, they are doctors, some people have disabilities, that they have some kids, that they are parents, that some of them are having crutches and they missing one leg and walking in crutches because they tried to peacefully march 2 years ago in 2018 is not 2 years ago, in 2018 and even before that, where they would go every Friday and march in Gaza. In Gaza, they would go every Friday prayer. They would go and peacefully march to the borders of the Gaza Strip. Every single Friday, every single day, it's been happening, and no one cared. The Western media never care when they are peacefully protesting against a violence that's not seen by the media and is not being reported on as much as actual violence. And I don't believe there's a distinction between actual violence and other types of violence. Violence is violence, no matter what way it occurs in. So when this not seen, or this unseen violence, which is settler colonialism itself, is form of violence, is being imposed on these people, no one talks about it. But when it's real violence, people talk about it. And during the Great March of Palestine, let me just look it up real quick while I'm talking. The Great March of Freedom. Many people lost one of their legs because snipers shot at their kneecaps, and there was a very famous medic that had the vest on, and she got a bullet in her head anyways. I can't find her right now. And she was just helping people there, and she was clearly wearing the vest, and it was a peaceful march, and they had bullets in their heads, bullets in their kneecaps to stop them from marching again. It's just heartbreaking that very little people that are passionate and talking about the conflict right now had no idea this happened, had no idea the Nakba happened, had no idea the Naksa happened, had no idea what happened in 1948, the ethnic cleansing, the 75 years of occupation. How can you talk about this when you have no idea about the violence that has been going on for 75 years, or discrediting violence that happened? And plus, like, during the great March of Return, there were also people like they were protesting the blockade that was going on. And I'm reading here, yes, okay, the Amnesty report from it. I found it finally. According to Al-Mizan Center for Human Rights, since the start of the protest, which is the Great March of Return, I think this was written October 19, 2018, after 6 months of ongoing protests, over 150 Palestinians have been killed in demonstrations. At least 10,000 and others have been injured, including 1,849 children, 424 women, 115 paramedics, and 115 journalists. Of those injured, 5,814 were hit by live ammunition, and according to the Israeli media, one soldier was moderately injured due to the sharpener from a grenade thrown by a Palestinian from inside the Gaza, as one Israeli soldier 5,814 were hit by live ammunition. And the Palestinians were demonstrating because it marked the 11 years since Israel imposed a land, air, and sea blockade of Gaza Strip, where 70% of them are refugees. You can read the report. It said 6 months on Gaza's Great March of Return. And yeah, it happened, and Gaza peacefully protested. There were some clashes that happened over there, and I think one Israeli soldier got killed in the end of these protests because a shrapnel hit him or something. I don't have the data on me right now, so don't quote me on that. And yeah, it's just when talking about it out loud, it's just like crazy how we have to talk and just make people credible and try to paint them as innocents and try to credit for their humanity so that they can be mourned, so that it's considered a traditional loss of life. Going back, as I was saying, to convince governments and lawmakers and people around the world to stop funding the war criminals, we have to certify, qualify the Palestinian dead people for their non-violence, for their innocence. And basically, a Palestinian person cannot just die. For them to be mourned, it has to be justified, especially a Palestinian man. Basically, a Palestinian man cannot just die. He has to, for him to be mourned, it has to be justified. And that means that the underlying assumption is that every Palestinian life is not worthy until proven otherwise. And we will keep resisting. We will not accept the Orientalist, colonial, supremacist value of our Palestinian siblings, and we will not stop until their lives are worth as much as any other life. And yeah, and I will just go for a short break. I want to go to the toilet and pee, so I will leave you some music on my phone. Hopefully it will work. Ugh, I really need to pee. I drank lots of water. Okay, let me put this.
باين في المحنة الله بيشهد مين احنا رجالة ضمن طرطش لك بنضرب حرب الليلة ما بنغلب بدك شبال وعادي بنهدلك مرحب فيك في ولاد القدس من دبر حالنا نحل اللغز رنيت على نفحة وكل بخش وقت شفنا وياما وكله بصف ولا مرة نخاف ولا مرة ونص بدك بركان بنفقع بنعمل لك حفلة تخش تنط نستقطب مال بس بدنا نقص ما هو كله عارف ما هو كله شايف ما هو كله خايف والدنيا ترص استجدع دايما ووعد وحش انا ادرينالين فاجع بشباب ينضر بالغاز احنا الجدعان والزي نقلال رد بالك عم تعيشها بلاش سوي واعمل واجمع كاش ما الدنيا صعيبة وبدها سلام سيبك من روح واحضر خجالة ما منش نعمل غلبة تجينا يا خيالي بناخد العتبة تخوف بالليل ندوي لك عتمة بشوف تنساش أنا زي النو سلاح فتك في بغز رجال تحفر أنباء ترجع بشوال ومليناش لا بلاجين بالجدعنة أنا فاتح دكان منبيعش هلسات والدم مسموح بس للسباع مكتوب على القرمة قسم لوغاد احنا جن بنطلع ما بتشوفناش ودموع ما تسيل إذا فش مسيل نحن الشجعان إن قد أنا أوان وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزان وكيف بس عب صوت وسولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه إن قد أنا أوان وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزان وكيف بس عب صوت وسولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه
حكمت من رعب من الأرض نطلع زي جن بخ هدي اللعب على هذا نترك على النار الأفكار تنبخ تراب ورا حدا إذا بلغ أنا مش مركب بركبش مع حدا أنا فين إن أمكانيك البلد بالبقلة تيك بين رعوة غنم أنا جيت أنا ديك لا تحلم نحكي حقيقة دقيقة تنفهم فيش وقت بضيع شباشة حفيظي بديك في فلاشة ما فيش رحميم أنا يوم بحتاجك أجيك نعمل بلجان بطريقة طليق تفصيل على العدل شو جديد انا جيب دبور بالطور بالعرض وماكينة عريض وفريد من نوعه كمين المخا كس اخت كل مين باع واختفى صدوا الوقت ولا عمره ارتخى يكتم سر دير نفطه رادار هلسات على طول بيعرفكم شو دبور على طول وبيقول واو
إن قد أنا أوان وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزان وكيف بس عب صوت وسولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه إن قد أنا أوان وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزان وكيف بس عب صوت وسولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه إن قد أنا أوان وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزان وكيف بس عب صوت وسولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه إن قد أنا أوان وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزان وكيف بس عب صوت وسولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه
With you, DJ Yusuf came back. I just played in N. Okay, I'm just putting back the mic on. Okay, so I only have 10 minutes left and I will wrap up everything that I have talked about. And just a quick review. So basically, we have said that the root of violence of what's happening is the violent settler colonial that is happening, and the violence will never stop. The oppression will never stop unless the settler colonial oppression ceases to exist. There is no other way out of it other than that. And we've also talked about how many rhetorics are being used to demonize and dehumanize the Palestinian people, whether it's the use of LGBTQI politics or women's rights, to demonize them, used by the same people that don't care about it when it happens to the Palestinian people. And we've talked a little bit about pinkwashing and about homo nationalism, which is the use of LGBTQ politics and nationalism to further justify the oppression and justify the killing and the genocide of the Palestinian people. And we've also discussed that this has its long roots in Orientalism that has happened for more than 200 people, and the thinking that Palestinian people in the Middle East are less than human beings, are barbaric, are backwards, and how this idea is the basis of knowledge about the Middle East for a long time, and hence all the knowledge that came after it has, in my opinion, xenophobic and racist ideas woven right into it. So we need to critical think and look back to our biases and try to dismantle it. And no one can use these rhetorics and people to justify the killing and the genocide and the ethnic cleansing and the occupation. And we've also talked a little bit about the media and how because of the Orientalism that we talked about and the hidden structures under it, they use different language when a Palestinian life is lost and when any life is lost or an Israeli one is lost. And we've talked about the great March for Freedom that happened in Gaza. And finally, we have talked about how people really need to voucher for someone's humanity and to mourn their loss. A Palestinian life cannot just be lost because it's just a life. We have to say, oh, he was a doctor, or she was an employee, or she had kids, or they were innocent. We always have to voucher it, and we only focus on the lost women and children. And like a life cannot just be mourned because it's a life. And also, like, we've talked a little bit about the difference between settler colonialism and colonialism, a little bit about Zionism, where we said settler colonialism is the process where initially it's supported by a mother empire, where a group of people come and they temporarily rely on the empire for support, and they are motivated by the desire to take over land, and they treat the new land as a permanent new homeland for the settlers, and gradually erasing their culture, the people, and the music. For example, what we have seen in the United States and New Zealand and Canada, that's the ultimate goal of the Zionist settler colonial project, that in the end they want to keep as little Palestinian people as possible. And unlike, it has been made clear and public that by many prime ministers and many politicians in the far-right government and in the Knesset keep saying that they want the Palestinian people to get out of the land and go to other neighboring Arab countries. And that is inherently racist in it, because like Arabs, all of them are not just like the same, and they can just go to any other country, and you cannot just kick people out of their land when they have lived there, when they have appreciated the art, the culture that came with it, the olive trees that have been heritaged from one generation to another. You cannot just take all of that out of the equation. Violence will only end by the end of settler colonialism. That's what we're aiming for. And I'm happy that many people are talking about it right now. And in the end, I would like to read a poem or a rant that I've wrote. It's just it's a small rant poem about the idea of internalized Orientalism and racism, and maybe that gives a little bit of an aspect about what is, how we feel. Maybe my experience is not the same as everyone else, but it's very similar to any of us. And I'll be reading this rant, and after that we will play for you a set from Hadri, and we will come back for another talk with Freddie Hudson and Kamer. So right now I'll read the poem or the rant, and then a set from Hadri will be played. It's not a poem really, it's more like a rant. At the age of 15, I sought refuge in the midst of my existential crisis to the internet to answer all my big questions at the time, since my parents were deeply religious and would shun me away from their cloud nine of care if I questioned any of those. My naive young fresh sponge of a brain absorbed the imperialist white supremacist heteropatriarchy, as Bell Hooks would say, values from the internet and the world around me. Everything, and when I say everything, I mean every single information received had white supremacist, orientalist, racist, patriarchal values woven ever so carefully right into the fabric and the textile of the reality I was building my world upon. I have deeply resided within me the internalized racism that made me hate my culture, wanted me to straighten my curly, messy hair that was untidy, look in the mirror and tell myself it's okay, I am white enough. I stole the whitening bleaching creams that was in my mom's toilet and I put it on. But that was disgusting because it was feminizing. And of course, all of that seeped into hating and loathing myself, wishing if my skin color would have just been 2 shades lighter. I also couldn't find any pretty brown boys that were trending on Tumblr at the time. It was just white surfer boys with wavy hair or the emo kind. I looked down upon the way that we were eating and I thought to myself, what kind of people would eat with their hands? And I tried to learn how to eat with proper etiquette and how to eat with a fork and a spoon and how to dab my tongue ever so etiquettely after finishing a meal. And when I came here to the Czech Republic, I would hang out with my Arab friends and I would be super aware of how noisy we are and didn't want anyone to think about us as being the loud, annoying Arab immigrants because I'm not like the other immigrants. I'm an atheist who loves philosophy, reads Plato, Aristotle and Kant and Hume. And definitely Shakespeare. Verily I was greatly stirred and did relish pursuing the words of Shakespeare. For in days of yore, when English was my second language, I held mastery over the ancient English speech, from whence I spoketh with fluency and wisdom, forsooth. I appreciated high art, and I don't eat loudly. I have etiquettes and manners like my British colonizers that came to my country. I practiced for hours how to speak English in the right accent, because no other accent is correct. I practiced how to speak English in British or an American accent in front of YouTube for hours. But the first step that helped me come out and clean my dark and dirty sponge into a lighter one was that my friend Negin constantly pushed me into growing my curls and showing me how to take care of it and show it and the constant support and show me words of encouragement whenever she would see my hair. Although inside I hated it, I slowly grew to like it and be proud of it. And then after spending more time on the internet and trying to educate myself and reading books, I realized homophobia was not cool. And I'm not gay or queer by any means possible, but I will support them at least. They deserve rights just like anyone else. But that furthered my hate for my country and my culture because everyone used the rhetoric and used pinkwashing to justify hate, racism, xenophobia and white supremacist imperialism against my country. And it took me a long time being torn between both until I took this class with an amazing professor about the Middle East, and in it we read Fanon, Said, Bahaba and Spivak. I felt like when I was 16 I was lost and having existential crisis, feeling lost and bewildered by the book I read. And slowly I started to discover our queer history and how we were cool before we were colonized. It wasn't perfect, but we were just people living life, making horrible mistakes, but also trying to move in the right step with the material conditions and the history that we had. Then slowly I discovered how we were forced to defend our culture, religion and values and way of life from the demeaning Orientalist fangs. We had to explain our way of living, and we came up with the golden age of Islam as a way to compete with the Renaissance, when in the first place we should not have had to explain ourselves to anyone. I stand here tall, and I am the product of my history and the product of my story. I stand here tall in despite of so many years of shame because of who I am, but it's time for me to stand proud because of who I am. Thank you everyone. And now we're gonna have the music set by Hadri and then the talk with Hudson, me and Cam.
غناء الغفا واختفى شاعر مسكين مشتاق الكفى فتلحف حكأ حف الملحفة وقال أنا في البحر الآن اهتفي سأتبع القمر وأمشي آسفا فهفى فرحا ودف المرفأ يمشط البحر مطرفا هو واللقيف أدار القفا تعرفا تنافر تخالفا طافوا به مثل القفي تراءى له أنهما يتشاوفا أشار له وصاح مجازفا لما توافق طريدا هفا تصافحا تفاهما أم تفتفا أشار لفوق واصطفى جرما باب أسود عليه المنتهى رحى القرس وأدار المجدفى وقال أنا في البحر الآن تصرفي
Still looking in silence at the oranges. In your father's eyes were the reflection of all the orange trees he had left behind for the Israelis. All the clean orange trees he had planted one by one glittered in his face. He failed to stop the tears that filled up in his eyes when he came to face the head police officer. When we reached Saida in the afternoon, we became refugees. They were heaped up there, withdrawn from our childhood. We were heaped up there, withdrawn from our childhood, away from the land of oranges. Oranges that died, an old farmer once told us, if watered by strange hands.
في رجال في جمال تبعين يمكن دلوقتي او بعد شويه روحوا شوف اذا في جماعه حاضر
راح اتكلم على كتير
Alla vivir من النهر إلى البحر.
الفيولة الماء from the river to the sea.
مفروض تحيدك موسى إبالي
إلى البحر سوف تعيش فلسطين حرة وأبدية.
this was our last pre-recorded set for today. Actually, for the whole stream. We already finished the pre-recorded sets, and now we're gonna have a 20-minute more music break, and at 10 we're gonna start our last talk. Following it will be Just Claudia and Amphibian Label. And stay tuned. At 10 a.m. is the last talk with Youssef, Kamar, and Freddie Hudson.
مصيرها ليه دي مش شطارة. شمس واقفة تاكل المجرة، دايرة واحدة بس بتتكرر، حاجة واحدة بس بتتكسر، مو بداية وانت بتتأثر، هي بس انت تقدر. خط نور وجاي من بعيد، في الافتراضي بكتب الجديد، حل عني بعمل المفيد، سامع صوت الدق على الحديد. كنت مرة هقطع الوريد بس عملت مهرجان عنيف، طلعت فيه كل اللي كان بخير. فكرة حلوة بس الإدارة، فن فين بس من العبارة، متنسانيش في عنصر الإثارة، أصله اتعدم فوق العمارة، استخبوا نزلنا الغارة. المدينة كبيرة وغدارة، تقرب مني تحس بالحرارة، تقرب مني بنقلك طاقة. باب الحارة واقف انتظارك، الطيور بتحدد بالحجارة، الملايكة فشلوا في اختبارك، رحت للشيطان فده انتحارك. لوني الأسود طلع العصارة، من جوه قلبي بعرف الخلاصة، أحسن وقت أدي في الرصاصة، وسع الطريق أنا المعاصر. لو قدرت روح شوف المقابر، انت لسه عايش على المصابح، بترمي نفسك انت للمذابح. فكرة عالي الفكرة هي بتسارح، 40 جرام يبقى انت ناجح. اسمع التراك ده وانت والع، اسمع التراك ده وانت بالع. الحياة جميلة وانت لاسع، ضيع وقتك انت في المواجع، غير الاجواء زي المواسم، بس عيني تايه في المآزم، قاعد مستخبي في المساكن، انت مستقل بالعوادم، واقف مستعد للمعارك. يلا عليا بتعمل المحارب، يلا عليا بتعمل المحارب. المدينة كبيرة وغدارة، تقرب مني تحس بيها.
فيها تراب اليوم نسقي بدموع ودم شهيد، دم شهيد.
فيها قصة مكتوبة نصر، بلادنا إلا من بحر النهر. يا ما قلنا بكرة أحلى بس لا ما شفنا إلا قهر. طلبنا بس حرية نعيش، شفنا بس قتل وتهجير. حتى نحكي لا ممنوع، سجن حدود وسجن التعبير.
وذنبه يا طفل الشهيد، كان حلمه مستقبل زهيد، واللي عايش طفل تاني بس أهله ميتين. وباللي صاير فينا لا ترابك ما تخلينا، ودم الشهيد افدك يا وطني. تبلينا وراح اللي بوزينا، وشكون اللي بينا، والله ما توحش ناس اللي جواتني. كل يوم بحكولي صبر سلاحي واخر صبر الموت، والكل شايف بس لا مش فارق صوتي حار. وانا واقف وحدي العالم ضدي وانا مخشاه. سلموني روحي حتى الارض تعيش. مفتاح البيت بقلبي ما انا راجع وبايدي ولدي، ولو كل العالم كان ضدي انا راجع يا بلادي راجع. البيت بقلبي ما انا راجع وبايدي ولدي، ولو كل العالم كان ضدي انا راجع يا بلادي راجع.
وين حكام العرب وين القادة؟ اخواتي في غزة اليوم تتعرض للإبادة، وما كلمتي لما النصر رمى شهادة. فلسطيني شهيد منذ تاريخ الولادة، وصبرا جميلا العدو سيزول. وين الأمة العربية حان الوقت لنثور، في بال وعد الحق يوفى وعد الفور. وانا قلبي فلسطيني يا رفيع العمر.
كل الدنيا بلادي وأرضي في كل مكان، كل الدنيا بلادي من قديم الزمان. الفروق بينا حدود، كلام على الورق مكتوب، والمكتوب أصبح قيود تمنعنا نشوف
قتلونا وهجروني وصار الحجر بيدي سلاحي، متلتم ابيض واسود كوفيتي هي سر نجاحي، وبكفي كفاني شايل وبكفى كر اللي جاي، مفتاح البيت عالرقب بالسدادة ما بتمايل،
مفتاح البيت قلبي وانا راجع وبايدي ولدي، ولو كل العالم كان ضدي انا راجع يا بلادي راجع. البيت قلبي وانا راجع وبايدي ولدي، ولو كل العالم كان ضدي انا راجع يا بلادي راجع.
إلهي رفعت يدي إليك بأن تفك كربي وهمي وأنت المستجيب.
بلاد العرب وطاني من الشام بغداني، أرضي هي وبلادي وكل العرب بتنادي، احتلالي عدواني موت طفلي واجدادي، تسألني مين إرهابي وجاي أقول لك مين بادي.
سوري اني مش من اوكرانيا، سوري انه بشرتي مش بيضة، سوري لاولادي، سوري اني جبتكم على دنيا منفقة ومش عدلة، سوري الحلم طويل يابا، سوري الحمل ثقيل يابا، لا سوري على اي سوري ملناش غير انه نشيل يابا.
هنا الموت حياة سهلة بس صعب الحياة، حرية كذابة عالم استبدادي، نستقبل ضيوف نستقبل شهداء، ما نسينا الدرة وقصفا مع مداني، عبادة جماعية اطفال ونساء، يموت عزيز ما نبكي ده شهيد، نصرة نصرة تبقى العزة لله، راجعين يا اقصى وعد الله اكيد.
ماكو تهجير جبل ثابت بنا هاب التفجير، يا خزعة انتصارنا قادم اكيد، بصمودي قاهر ذاك الخبيث، بالمشاعر بليد ما شاف احد من عياله شهيد، ارواحهم امانة برقاب الجميع، امانة شريف بنوصل ندافع الموت بخاف فلسطين.
طاري بشابشة منه تخون خليك يقول صراحة كي يقطعوا الصوت، بدم ولا خايف الدويل يحبسوا له كونت اخي، الدم فاير القلب مشوه، ما قدراش اني يشوف داك شي اللي مصور، حط نقاس في العرش واللي معك صور، صار بين خف السرطان خصوص بينا محط الرصاص مشى جي فاضل.
قلبي فما يشفى حتى ناخد ثار المستشفى، بالمصار وبالكشفى وين رجال قلوب ناشفة، صعبي ما الدنيا تقسى، زادت النكسة ظلم وفايت حد ولبسة، سلامي غازة مش ناقصة، شالا نتقابلوا في اللبسة. هيلينا لو فوق الأرض وتحتيها سوقهم وجمع تلاقينا، بطوفان يجول وحميها، والأرض صالينا لو يقش عدوي أسميها، لو أقصى الناس تعادينا وأنا راجع يا بلادي راجع.
So, yes? Hey? Okay, so, hello to everyone listening, watching. My name's Freddie. I'm going to be hosting a talk about this discussion around like why it's important for white people in particular to keep talking up about Palestine. And I'm joined by Yusuf and Kamar. Could you please give us a little introduction to who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is Kamar. I'm from Lebanon. I'm from Beirut, and I'm currently a student here in Prague.
Hello, my name is Yusuf, and I'm also a student here I'm studying humanities at Charles University, and yeah, that's I'm an activist for Palestine.
So I guess the first point of I guess my own curiosity is how long you've been based here in Prague?
It's been 2 months for me, on the dot yesterday actually.
Right, okay.
Very, very little time.
Yeah. For me, it's been 4 years. I just completed 4 years like a month ago. So 4 years in the Czech Republic and 2 years in Prague.
Okay, yeah. And well, it's a bit difficult to know how to like jump into this, but obviously, you know, there's the topic itself. So I guess we can get started. I mean, I guess before I go into it as well, I'll explain a little bit about maybe why I've been invited to do this. So I've been a long time supporter of Palestine, and you know, I wrote my dissertation on it like 6-7 years ago about political rhetoric in the IOF Facebook page around the time of Operation Protective Edge. I kind of did some critical discourse analysis of these posters and images that are used to represent people. And since then, I mean, I've not been on Instagram since the very start of things, but ever since I have been on it, it's been the one thing that maybe not the one thing, but like definitely for a long time I've been very vocal about my support for Palestine and sharing, like, you know, not just in the flashpoints, but like constantly sharing news about like what's been going on there for a long time, for many years. And then obviously, you know, like with everything that's going on at the moment, people have kind of like noticed. So I think that's maybe why I've been put on the panel, because I've been sharing a lot of stuff, and I think it puts me in quite a nice position, because a lot of people have reached out to me to thank me for what I've been sharing around this, but I wanted to kind of have a discussion with you all about firstly why it's important, and secondly like what it means and how it's valuable. So yeah, so that's way too much information about me.
Well, that was very impressive and nice.
Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to ask, so your dissertation thesis, was it like a media analysis? Or
yeah. So it combined, so I studied English language and linguistics, which covers topics of political rhetoric, but it also covers them specifically in relation to visual images as well, is what it's called. So, you know, when you have like text and images, and, you know, the text says, you know, we target Hamas, and then you have a little icon with a, you know, like a AK-47 and a keffiyeh, and then it's like, okay, yeah, so there's your terrorist, and you know, there's no image of civilians. And this is like way back in 2014, you know, you know, I think one of the things that I was going to say is like how this whole the discourse around this is so unsurprising for anyone that's been following.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and so we've got a few topics, and I mean, I think I'd like to kind of like put it to you to put in your own words, especially as someone that's got kind of both short-term and long-term experience living in a country which is very seems to be like very ill-educated about the matter, to be honest. But yeah, if you could just give in your own words, like why you think it's important that people such as myself and also Czech people speak up for Palestine in whatever way they can.
I think primarily what I want people to know is that, and this could be very clear for us, especially people in the global south, but it might not be clear for the West, that media for us could very, very easily and very quickly become an echo chamber. And so whatever we say and whatever you propagate into the world very easily comes back to you and is not heard by anyone else. And so, you know, we don't control any global media, obviously. But I think a lot of people don't know that. I think a lot of people don't know that, you know, what you put out there will not reach everybody. And so there are certain people and certain groups that have leverage in mainstream media especially. And so if those people speak up, there is more reach. It works. And, you know, we've seen how it's worked since October 7th. So from celebrities to, you know, certain politicians to just populations of people in the Western world.
Yeah.
Speaking up and reaching, you know, their unions, reaching their governments, reaching their schools. And we've seen it work, you know. It's one of for the first time in a while, we've seen real evidence of how, especially, you know, speaking about rhetoric and social media and media generally, how it can reach a large number of people if it's supported and propagated by the right. Well, not the right, but, you know, a group of people that has more leverage in the media.
I agree with everything that you have said. I would like to also add, like, on top of the echo chamber, which is really true, that unfortunately there is like lots of xenophobia and racism happening. So people who are a little bit open-minded, they still has these values in them, so they can only listen to a white person talking about it. And I don't want it to be like a white saviorism thingy, but I think as soon as they break this cycle and they start their critical thinking about their biases toward whichever topic, whether it's like Orientalist biases or I don't know, like gender exceptionalism biases or white supremacism biases, whatever it is, as soon as the cycle starts, and people go down that rabbit hole, like I think is very fruitful, and then more people could talk about it and stuff until we have a world where each voice is equal. I think so.
Yeah.
But for now, it's an immediate.
Yeah, I think I wanted to touch on this topic of like breaking the cycle, and like specifically breaking the hegemony in news, in main media, which is, you know, vocally and forever been pro-Israel. But actually I think one of the most powerful things that I've seen specifically within this round of the conflict is it's really potent that, you know, like the information being shared by pro-Palestinian voices has so much more logic and resonance than the inverse. And I think that one of the most important things that sharing information can do nowadays is to show up the mirror, if you like, to the Israeli narrative, where they're saying like, yo, there's no humanitarian crisis, and then you switch on Instagram and 15-20 people in your feed are saying...
There's not much, like there's not much you can do, like there's not much analysis that we need to do.
No.
Because it's there.
Yeah.
And it's very, very hard to be convinced otherwise. But somehow mainstream media has convinced the entire world to be pro-Israeli.
Yeah, I think somehow. Yeah, I mean it's a long and like difficult road to start talking around like the media involvement. But I mean, I think one of the main aspects of what I wanted to talk about here was what we can do at an individual level, because I feel like this is the point where a lot of people in Czech Republic feel quite divided about whether or not it makes a difference, and I don't know enough about it. And I can really sympathize with that. Like, I didn't know enough about Ukraine, for example, to really understand what was going on, so I let other people do most of the kind of talking around that point. But you know, I think it's really important that people do take a stand on this and do speak up. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit
If I may add just to your last point about taking a stand. But the thing is we're not really asking people to lead things. Mostly we're asking people to be allies. You know, being an ally for something is most of the time actually a lot more support than, you know, leading it yourself, because there is a sense of white saviorism that comes in whenever white people come in and say, I've been talking about Palestine and I'm taking the lead, whereas especially right now we want people to elevate Palestinian voices. We want people to tell their lawmakers that Palestinians matter, that they're alive, that they should be alive, that they should be allowed to live and perform normal lives, which, you know, they haven't had the right to that in 75 years. So it's, you know, it is, some people have taken action that is, how would you say this? The practice is their agency as white people, but that's not all that we're asking for. You know, we're not asking you to be a leader and to stand in front of, like, you know, lead the protest and you know, whatever. You can be standing behind people, and this is, you know, we go into the topic of what allyship is, what solidarity is. And a lot of the time, allyship for white people immediately goes into the wrong route of, I'm doing this.
I've got to be seen
great.
To do this.
I'm why am I not standing in front of the cameras? Like, I'm the white person. I'm the one to be doing this. Yeah. And we faced some of that in our in the past month. We've, you know.
I can talk about it.
Go ahead.
We have faced some examples of that where
just make sure.
Where they usually take up the space from other people, that their voices should be amplified. And I'm not gonna go much into details, but that person wrote a creative piece about, like a piece of poem or just a small essay about how it would be for him living there in Gaza right now. And
that is just
how did you make that about yourself?
Yeah.
Right? Is it's not even, you know, for us Arabs, and as a Lebanese person specifically, you know, as a person directly impacted by Israel occupying the south, we haven't been even talking about Lebanon.
No.
And so for a white person to come and say, I am spending so much energy on this, and no one else, the organizers, no one else is saying anything. We're just trying to be there for each other. We're just trying to operate in this weird time, and also we don't know how to ask for support because we don't know what type of support we need. And then a white person comes and says, I need support because you guys don't like my poem.
Yeah, I had like a nice like ordered list, and I was going to go through everything in order, but it seems like we'll just have to bounce between the topics because I mean, I definitely think that there's quite a lot of indecision around what people should post, and a lot of it is these kind of like news-based tiles, and a lot of it is kind of mixed with people's own interpretations. And I think, you know, like you're saying, like, oh, the most important thing, and you're right, like the most important thing is to amplify the voices that are there, and sharing direct news sources from any of the journalists that you see or like trusted people. And then there's this kind of like second category where, you know, like there was this thing recently where a lot of people were sharing that, oh, you know, like the reason why they want Gaza is because of the oil. And it's like, no, they wanted it for years. Like the oil is just a convenience, like, you know, and it's this very like kind of macroeconomic state of view that white people can often get involved with, and like, oh yeah, these are the geopolitical reasons to kind of intellectualize the argument, but ultimately it's a case of ethnic cleansing and genocide, and that's the thing that you need to focus on.
But then it's a matter of relatability, right, for white people, because unless it's consumable for them, unless they can relate to it, it doesn't compute, right? So we don't relate to genocide or ethnic cleansing, but oil, you know, oil is familiar.
Yeah, we
so
know
that
about
makes
oil
more
war.
sense.
Yeah.
And so what's been frustrating, or what's been happening for as long as time, is that white people are expecting Palestinians, or just people speaking about the cause, to dilute it enough so that the West understands it and relates to it. But there's no way, I'm sorry, there's no way you can relate to Palestinians, to the shortest extent, Arabs, as a white person. And, you know, that's also not something we're asking you for. We don't want people to have lived the things that we have lived. We don't want cycles to repeat, as you said earlier. We don't want this trauma to be like a common thing between all of us. Because it also becomes what's called trauma Olympics. And I feel like if, you know, you were to have some kind of trauma, white people would be like, I'm me. This trade-off.
Yeah, and I also I forgot my point. Oh, I remember now. Okay. And also about the point alleviating the voices and all these things, so that we don't fall into the mistakes many movements before tried to do. For example, feminism and colonial feminism, where they spoke for the people instead of letting them speak for themselves, and that resulted from more harm than benefit that could happen. Same thing we can see in many other values, many other causes. So I think what's important is letting people speak for themselves, because that has been the most repeated mistake in all like interference, kind of like between like us in the Middle East and like people that live in the West. Yeah.
And I think like from like specifically within that, it's this kind of one of the things that I've noticed changing in the way that a lot of people are entering into this discourse is the difference between, well, you know, in 2014 it was very much like oh, this is happening, like kind of third person observing what's happening in Gaza. Whilst this time around it feels like there's a lot more people who are interested in not adding and not like kind of colouring what it is. It's just saying this is what the people are saying and doing, which I think is really important, because as you say, like, you know, Palestinians have been putting it, have been calling out the apartheid for years before Amnesty International said it's apartheid.
Exactly.
But it took Amnesty International saying it's apartheid for anyone to give a fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's one of the key things I think that seems to be different, adding within this one.
I think it's quite ironic for the listeners maybe that none of us are Palestinian. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. We are trying to practice allyship as best as possible, and we're working with our resources. That's what I can say to our listeners.
And I think also the point of relatability is that I'm not saying it's the same, but every single Arab person relates to it in some kind of way, or their country's politics have been fiddled with in the past and their voices have not been heard. That happened many years. Iraq, Libya, Egypt, Lebanon, like Syria, this goes on and on and on, where, you know, like we've always felt like people like keep interfering into our politics, not listening to us, not trusting us unless it's some academic or a Western media that verifies what we say. And yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the you know, like the term Islamophobia is coming up all the time, but I think it's where it's really what it knuckles down to be honest, isn't it? Like, you know, there's been a centuries-long campaign against the Arab world because, you know, various reasons, and I think, you know, in as much as the Black Lives Matter movement in 2020 was about white people going, oh shit, like we covered up the mess, but we didn't deal with what's underneath, and it's kind of the same situation with what's happening now, right? You know.
I think it's quite appropriate that you mentioned that, because back home at least there's this kind of unsaid thing that the moment you're Muslim, you're pro-Palestine. The moment you're Arab, you're pro-Palestine. So if, you know, they're what did they say, they're mutually inclusive, so they have to exist within one another. So if you're not pro-Palestine, then you're not Arab and you're not Muslim.
And a funny thing is that like, well, growing up, like I've seen like my parents and people all around you, they're automatically like pro-Palestine. So as any existential teenager going through their teenage years, I questioned that, and I was like, no, that it's not true and stuff. And then I researched, and then I found that like, oh, like, you know,
we all should be pro-Palestine.
we all should be. And there was also like at that point some internalized racism about thinking, oh no, like the white people are right, like I should believe them and stuff.
They're smarter than us.
They're smarter than us. They know what they're talking about. We don't know what's happening. But then upon research and alleviating all these biases, as I said, it became very clear.
Yeah.
I think we're torturing you a little bit. We're going so far off topic.
No, like we're on topic. Like I've got talking points, but I want you to talk. You were saying, like, you know, even you had these kind of these internal biases and like dealing with them, and I think oh no, where am I going? I think it's one of the things that I wanted to like speak to you and ask you about, like, you know, personally, as I mentioned at the start, like I have been sharing quite a lot of information about Palestine for a long time, and I'm noticing more and more, firstly, people are listening more. And I've definitely got some positive stories where a friend, like a very close friend of mine, he was going to Israel, he had friends in Israel, he, like, you know, was involved there slightly, and when we first made friends, he was saying, like, oh, like, you know, it's a very complicated situation, and every time I go there it gets more complicated. But the last time I saw him in person, he said, yeah, I don't think like that anymore. And, you know, like, it's actually kind of, you know, as a result of you and of other people like you, continuously sharing information about what's going on. So like I think I would kind of like to ask you about like what your perspective is on these kind of like changes and what you think a white person's role can be in terms of helping to enact those changes in someone, or if you just want to talk around this topic, I don't mind.
I think, especially when people are addressing Arabs or people, mostly Arabs, we have the torturous question of do you condemn? And I think it's too focused, right, on an individual being a collective or having a collective opinion. We're in the end individuals, and white people are also individuals. So you mentioned your friend who was impacted most probably half by you as a person and half by the things that you've been sharing. And so personal level interactions and interpersonal interactions about Palestine also work. And that's also what I feel like people are not fully aware of, is if you talk to the people you love, whoever you are, and you have that leverage into your own group, that can spread like wildfire. Like word of mouth is known to be effective for since indigenous times. And so if you don't want you can't ask people to be activists, but you can ask people to be aware in their groups. You can ask people to be conscious and educate people in their groups that they love, because in the end that's what you want for the people you love, right? To be on the right side of history, to be to align with your own values. Would you like to add anything to that?
On a small point that you touched on, that we're all in the end individuals, and the only reason why I keep using the word white people and I'm actively using, I don't believe in the binary of collectivized Arab, collectivized West. We're all different people, we come from different histories and generations. I'm just using the same term that has been enforced upon us just for the sake of the argument and not accepting it as it is. And interpersonal argumentation, I think, is really, really effective and important, because like when people see stories, they skip through it and stuff. But when you sit down and have a deep and thoughtful conversation, not only will you grow as a person, but you're gonna also see their perspective, and maybe both of you could reach like a nice conclusion. And if each individual does that and they affect one person, that one person affects two, and then two affects other two, it's gonna grow. Because what we see today as growing acceptance of pro-Palestine issue is because of what our older generations did by interpersonal, like sitting committees, leagues, unions, talking with each other, having interpersonal discussions about it. It was not so acceptable 10 years ago, 20 years ago. People, still people are getting fired from universities for it, but it's less known and people stand with it more. And that's my opinion on it.
It definitely is one of the more ideal mediums for change, right? Is speaking to people directly, because it also adds a lot of humanity to the issue. Because on social media, everyone's on social media, everyone's desensitized, and that's not particularly like I'm speaking about myself as well. Am I going to be listening to a story more than a human being? No. But we, especially since COVID, we've been existing online, chronically. And I don't blame people. I really don't. But Yusuf, when you were talking, I remember the conversation you and I had about being involved with people romantically and just turning them pro-Palestine. And that, that also works. Go flirt with everyone and turn them pro-Palestine. I'll give you an award myself.
I love that, like a real infection of love. There was something, I got distracted now. Okay, I can't remember what I was going to say there.
It will come.
Yeah, it will come back. I guess, so we were talking around how it's like word of mouth that has like trickled down to this, and I think that, there's these two sides, like, I don't know how you were introduced to the topic of this, but I was given the oh, Dad, what's going on the television? Oh, it's complicated. You know, that was my introduction to Palestine and Israel. And obviously, you know, like watching British terrestrial news like BBC and Channel 4, you know how BBC are with their coverage and have been.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, really awesome. And Channel 4 are better, but not much better. So it really took a long time for me to be exposed to more exposing narratives, and I think that this is one of the things that I feel like is part of the responsibility of people like me, because our collective consciousness has been to, oh, it's not our problem, we're neither Jewish nor Arab, so we don't have the right to talk about it. So I think, like, you know, it's really comforting for me to see these huge protests happening in London, for example, because it shows that actually, like, more people are talking about it. You know, it's like the largest ever protests in support of Palestine in British history, and I think that is directly as a result of interpersonal communications. Also, I do think a lot of it is, I think there is like a large responsibility for things like Instagram, and obviously it's like really touchy subject because, you know, censorship, and, you know, like this morning I was trying to watch a video from Bisan and the sound's been removed.
Really?
Yeah, so someone in the comments is like, I can do lip reading, here's what she says. But, like, you know, like, it's like really obvious cases of censorship on the platform that most of us are using to mobilize, if you're in a, like, if you're not within a large community. But still, you know, like, people in London, despite 5 tube lines being closed, despite warnings from the government, despite right nationalist hate groups mobilizing against the Palestinians, over 100,000 people showed up. So I think, like, I mean, I have to say, like, a lot of what I wanted to talk about was in terms of speaking up using social media, but yeah, I think mostly because it's how people can kind of like trace your like, to be able to see your like understanding, like, especially if like you have any kind of individual leverage, it's important to try and use it, right, to speak up. But as I'm kind of filling in your answers for you, because we were talking also about, like, you know, it's important to use it to amplify voices rather than necessarily add your own.
Well, you know, it is true that in such a digital age, you have no excuse to be apolitical. You know, because you were asking, you know, a pseudo question of how were we exposed to situation in Palestine, and it's just that we're Arabs. So it's part of our upbringing. It's part of our home countries. I mean, for me specifically, it's Israel's been terrorizing Lebanon for the last 75 years as well. So, you know, in 2006 we were hiding in the corridor. In the 80s, they came in and stole our television set. Like, you know, there have been wars between Lebanon and Israel for as long as they've occupied Palestine. But, you know, we look at people these days and they say, I'm not, you know, you said, I'm not Jewish, I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Israeli, I'm not an Arab, so I have nothing to do with this. The fact that we exist on this earth, and the fact that an ounce of kindness exists and comes out of you, you're a human being. If you're evil, okay, go ahead, you know? But no, I genuinely believe that no one is evil. You know, then you have a responsibility, not only for Palestinians, for communities, for groups of people all over the world. And especially, you know, not even just in the global south. I just thought of naming some groups, but I feel like if I start naming, it's gonna go on and on. It's gonna go on forever, right? But everyone has a responsibility, and especially since, you know, I'm not saying children of 5 years old should know about Palestine, but if you're if you're 25 and you don't know what's happening, I don't know what to say.
And answering first, like, the collective consciousness, I think, is growing within our generation because of many things are happening, and people feel like they can do a change, whether what is it, whether it's human rights issues, climate issues. I feel like people are mobilizing themselves and realizing that, oh, I don't have to be affected by it directly because I understand how I'm privileged because of it, or how I'm indirectly causing harm or gaining some benefits. So it's my like duty to do that. And I think that's a good thing that's happening within our generation, the last generation, because before that, media have been scaring everyone into talking about it, because if you talk with it, you are a terrorist sympathizer, or if you talk against it, you are a good American citizen or a good, European citizen supporting your country with the nationalism, patriarchy. So, and regarding to the topic, how we were first introduced to it, I remember my oldest memory about Palestine. It was Gaza, and I was in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the capital of Saudi Arabia. We're visiting my relatives there, and on TV there was a big Jazeera TV. Al Jazeera was really famous at the time for actually bringing news from there. And I remember seeing the video of Muhammad al-Durra and his dad when they were opening live ammunition in I forgot the name of the street. I forgot the name of the street. But I remember seeing that on TV and asked my mom what's happening. And then she told me a little bit about it. And I was like, wow, that's I can't imagine being in there. I think I was 6 or 5. I think it was Memorance 2 years before what happened to Muhammad al-Durra, and the cameras catching it live. And I think also on TV there was Darwish's poem about Muhammad al-Durra. It was really famous at that time. And at that time I knew there was people dying there, but I was sheltered away from it by my family for my own safety. And then of course the revolution in Egypt happened, and then the Memorance of Harb October, the War of October, and winning over Sinai. I also knew about that. And and then finally I got introduced to it after, as I said, I was very critical, existential about all the teachings that have been taught. So I'll be like, this can't be true, because how can everyone do something? That means there's something illogical about it. But then I searched about it and I realized that, even though my parents are not educated, even though they're not just people experiencing oppression, they know oppression when they see one. And I should have trusted them when they talked about this issue and stuff.
And this is also not to say that we've been taught correctly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of...
The only thing I was asking is because I think that your experiences with being exposed to it would be fundamentally different to anyone else's based over here.
Yeah.
Because, Palestine only comes into the news in England when people start getting killed. It's not like it's a regular talking point. It's just there's another flashpoint, or oh wow, this one's really big.
But what you said is inherently false, because Palestinians have been getting killed every day.
Yeah,
so it should be on the news every day.
But you know what? Only when they get killed in sufficiently large numbers, or it's a retaliation. This is the way that it gets shared around here.
Or when Israelis die,
Yeah, although again, not as often as, it's not just an Israeli's dead, it's in the news. But if an Israeli dies and Gaza gets bombed, then Israeli warplanes are fighting terrorists in Gaza again.
Yeah.
And it's that's how it comes up.
But what I'm saying is we've also had to unlearn a lot of false information, a lot of and that can easily be conflated with accusations in Western media, so I'm not going to mention anything specific. But a lot of biases that I grew up with, I discovered are completely they're wrong. You believe because you've been taught culturally, and a lot of our people are fueled by emotion, and so it's just but are we thinking critically? No, we don't need to, because free Palestine. But that's also that's not productive.
No,
that doesn't really do anything, because we're already viewed as such a a hostile, a rowdy group of people, and we're shrunk into this one category of either Arab or Muslim. And we are certain, some of us do identify as either or both, but then it's not just that. And we also as Arab youth, I think our generation specifically have done a lot of unlearning and re-educating.
And the funny thing is that some people don't know the difference between an Arab and Muslim. So like some people were actually shocked that Palestinian Christians lived in Gaza and one of the oldest churches was there. And they were completely shocked. They were
Jesus, where was Jesus born?
Where was Jesus born? I think in Europe, maybe.
If he's blonde,
But yeah, that's part of it. But on the talking point about our generation unlearning generational trauma and a lot of misunderstanding, I think we're gonna have a better looking future, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that's also like, you know, you mentioned like where was Jesus born, and you know, like, you know, okay, we sing about it in primary school. You know, most of England is raised on a kind of Christian upbringing, and it's so you know, Bethlehem, cool, and then you look up or you show people what Bethlehem looks like these days, and they're like, aha.
So he's Palestinian. We don't like him anymore.
Yeah, but also, you know, the picture of the wall cutting pretty much straight through it, and it's like, okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. Okay, let's see if we can find something to talk about. I've gone off the rails a bit. Is there anything that you would like to kind of you must have thought about this topic before you were invited here. Don't wait for me to ask questions if there's something you want to say.
We're just collecting our thoughts.
Yeah. I think so we've talked about amplifying voices and that being the most important thing. And I kind of wish that I'd recorded permanently every interaction I've had on Instagram over the last month, because I'd really like to see how the conversation went from news about the October 7th attacks, and then individual platforms sharing what's happening in retaliation, and then 3 or 4 days where it was pretty much just this kind of content, and then after that period there was this sudden slowing of fresh information, but it started to become or at least I don't like talking about the algorithm, like this kind of all sentient thing, because I think most people, including the people that work there, don't have a clue how it works. But I think there was this definite shift away from the initial first-hand information being shared from the ground, and more towards like Jewish Voice for Peace are doing this or that, and like change to information tiles explaining what's going on. But I think besides these things, they are important to share, as well as this first-hand information, as well as the Palestinian voices. And I wanted to ask you specifically around these kind of, or if we can not ask maybe, but just have a discussion about it. Because I think like some of the things that have come out within this round of activism or online activism for Palestine, and there's been some things that I didn't know about as well, such as Christian Zionism, and also the anti-BDS legislature in something like 21 states, maybe a bit more, where you have to sign a piece of paper saying that you would not participate with BDS movements. And I think like some of this stuff is like super important to know, but at the same time coming at a slightly distracting time. But I guess I just wanted to kind of like have a discussion around the importance of kind of unpicking. I guess it goes into the category of this hegemony of narrative as well. Because it's never going to be just like one thing, that sets somebody who was on the other side into thinking, this is a cause that I should fight for. It's going to be a whole host of things picking away at the web, and then the whole thing falls down. So I just wanted to kind of put it to you.
Interesting that you talk about Christian Zionism, because that's actually something I've been recently learned about how evangelical Christians and Christian Zionism is a very big thing in the US. I thought it was just like a marginalized small group, but it's popular way of thinking, and many people are rich, and hence they influence the politics and the world that we live in. And that's what very good about our new generation. They talk about intersectionalism. So, for example, if someone is rich, they have hold of the capitalist economy, since they can influence politics, and influencing politics influence actual lives and people all around the world. And the West really loves boasting about democracy and everything, but how is it democracy when most of the people are in opposition of it or against the legislation of the country, or even when most of them call for ceasefire or stopping a war in a country that US invaded, and they don't, because they have already manufactured the consent and went on anyways. So back to the Christian Zionism, how they had fundings, and how, as you said, like many states, they have the anti-BDS contracts that you have to sign, which I thought was crazy, and I thought it was just like a small thing. It's not that effective anyways, but it is. And and also funny enough, like one of the things when I started activism, I thought I was not good enough to talk about it, and I questioned myself a lot about it, like, should I do it? I really don't know everything, blah blah. But then, like, once everything happened, I think everyone just got involved in it, and they're like, I have to at least give what I know and learn, and as we go, and learn our biases together, and
because I feel like a lot of people experience the frustration. I'm gonna call it frustration for the sake of white fragility. Of I don't know much, so I can't do anything. You can. You always can.
You can educate yourself.
You can educate yourself. That's number one. But let's say you don't want to. Right? Go. There's so much you can do. There's, from reposting something, to going to a rally, to reading a book, to speaking to your friends and family. There's always something that people can do, no matter what their capability. Because I'm not saying, the homeless people in New York City should be going on Palestinian protests right now. No, because the system that oppresses Palestinians is also oppressing them. I think a lot of people are realizing that the same systems that oppress black people of color generally, immigrants, refugees, indigenous people specifically, queer people, everyone. all of these authorities are copying off of each other. And it's we've seen ethnic cleansing throughout the history of the world, and it's been approved of for a certain point, and then later on people are like, oh,
maybe
shit.
Turn it down a bit.
Maybe we should do it on the down low, right? But it's really nice to see, especially indigenous people of different communities standing up for Palestine and advocating for Palestine, because for the longest time Palestinians were not considered indigenous. And we finally have white scholars that are coming out and saying Palestinians are indigenous to Palestine. And if that doesn't change your mind, it's I don't know what would.
I mean, did you really need the fucking scientific paper to believe this?
But that's the thing, is like Yusuf and I the other day were talking about how scholarship and scholarly work sort of sometimes begins a movement. And so it takes a really long time, in my opinion, for scholarly work to penetrate mainstream opinion. And so, for example, queerness is fine in scholarly work, but then it took a really long time for it to be like, okay, maybe gay people are fine. And so
taking time.
But that's one side of it, is we also cannot hold the responsibility of knowing what to do and knowing how to change things, because these systems in the end are so elaborate, and that's why they work, because they're brilliant. They oppress people in a very intricate and down to the bone way that it's very hard to dismantle them. And so people do people in academia work, people in activism work, people whatever in politics work, but it's all tied together. There's not one thing that you can do that will save everything.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of individual responsibility, but you're also not responsible to, answer the big questions or determine the fate of Palestine or,
I think this is one of the ways which talking and discussing Palestine has been weaponized by its opposers. It's like, oh, well, so what's the answer then? And it's like, we don't have to have the answer. We just say, stop doing this. Like, it's that.
Also,
that's it.
How would you have an answer in the face of genocide?
Yeah.
It's very absurd that people are able to ask questions when it is a matter of thousands of lives.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people cannot imagine what thousands of lives mean. But we have at least a catalog of 75% of the names of the people that have passed. And there's entire generations of families that are gone from this life. You are thinking of yourself, you're thinking of tomorrow, what am I going to eat? Next year, where am I going to go? These are things that are not possible for the dead Palestinians right now.
Yeah.
And that's I think a perspective that is lost for some people. Because people die, people die from natural causes, but you think anyone deserves to die from bombs, from their house collapsing over their head? It's not. We talk about this, and we were able to talk about this, and we have to acknowledge that that's such a huge privilege. And I think as Arabs, we carry a lot of survivor's guilt, even though we're we're barely surviving. But then we will never know the plight of the Palestinian people, the strongest people alive.
Yeah.
We will never know. But we can try to educate ourselves. We can try to convince the world that what's happening is wrong. But it still is absurd. In protest or in places or in conversations, it's quite absurd to me that we're saying we need to stop killing children,
and it's a debating point.
Yeah. Do you think Palestinian babies deserve to live further than a month? This is what it feels like people are asking.
And people are saying, oh well, Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah. Against babies, against children, against women, against men. I want to know how a group of people can be a threat to a nation state.
A heavily armed nation state.
A heavily armed that's supported by the biggest states in the world.
Yeah.
This is a rabbit hole.
It is a rabbit hole, yeah.
Yeah. But I think a lot of people don't know. A lot of people are seeing numbers, and so they forget that individual Palestinian lives exist.
I think that's like one of the things that in any conflict, it's one of the things that immediately dies within the narrative. And there's this concept in linguistics, which is, I can't remember the name of it now, but it's like essentially like you have like countable and uncountable things, and even though we have words for thousands and millions, they don't translate to direct physical like structures in our head. So it's obviously like the people that are from the people who are like caring for the bodies and finding them and laying them to rest, thousands is a very real practical thing, and they say I need, like, we're burying thousands of innocent people here, and then the news goes, okay, well that's something we can like round up or round down depending on how accurate we feel it is. But then transmitting this to people, and it's like it does. I mean, how can you get your head around that? I can't imagine. Like
it's insane that we can just also go on living our lives, and that we have been.
Yeah.
The world is quite large, yes.
Yeah.
But it's specifically insane to me that we are able to go on when there's so much oppression that goes on in the world.
Yeah.
And to be completely idealistic, but because why not? is it a human right now to be oppressed? Do we have to exist at a singular point in time, and there has to be a group of people that's oppressed? Like, why is that a reality? Why is that something that we have accepted as a species? And why are certain powers allowed to commit genocide?
Yeah.
And why is the life, like, you know, necropolitics? Why does a Palestinian deserve to die, but then someone else doesn't?
Mm-hmm.
And what is the worth of a Palestinian life in comparison to any other life?
Mm-hmm. And talking about that, like rounding the numbers, like even just rounding one life, like one life is a lot to just imagine just ceasing to exist. One life is not just one life, it's interconnected to many lives, and it brings it down, and it brings pain and mourning in all the other people. And I want to bring up the point that Palestinian people also deserve to mourn in private about what's going on, but they don't have the privilege to do that. They have to show the whole world what's happening, so that they can just beg people for them to stop bombing, stop displacing them, stop moving them around, and stop using them just as numbers and pixels on a screen.
Arabs, we have a lot of respect for the dead. You know, culturally, we don't, you know, the dead are highly respected. But people are having to share these images to convince that there's large numbers of people that are dying. It doesn't even have to be large numbers. It just can be 1 or 2 people, but then that's 2 lifetimes. And we've barely, you know, us 3 in this room amount to what, like 70 years old, and that's barely 1 lifetime.
Yeah, it's just like talking about how Palestinian people deserve to mourn in private just shows how far gone, like, the loss and the mourning is, that we don't even talk about this. The main topic and the main issue that we're talking about is, should we call for ceasefire or not, which is still absurd to me. And as you said, the necropolitics, who deserves to die, who doesn't deserve to die, and years and hundreds of years of demonizing the enemy, dehumanizing the Orient, but we're focusing now in the Middle East, that conflicts happen there all the time, people die, the kid just got in the crossfire, you know, wrong place, wrong time, shit happens. But when it's another person, no, or when it does not align with the narrative that governments want to push, or something that's not that important, but when it does, then it's very important, and they make it into this whole thing. And sorry if I will go a bit far off, but also, like, what's happening right now, also I think this unveil lots of the hypocrisies that are being upheld everywhere, the Arab world and the Western world and the European world, everywhere, especially in the European world, where one life is more important than the other, or turning aside, like, you know, turning away when someone from a certain nationality dies, and giving extra super attention when someone else dies. And also the media biases, how BBC, which is supposed to be the unbiased source, people in Palestine die, but people in Israel are getting killed. That holds lots of power in people's minds. And how, like, I'm sure you study linguistics, like, you can talk about this a little bit, about how some words become synonymous without even saying it, and some words become opposites. For example, Western and progressive, and I don't know, gay, for example, is considered one word, but when you say Arab, then there's also this connotation that is backward or savage or something. and that's why we see now in decolonial like terms they try to remove from the word Middle East and call it Swana, South and West Asia, North Africa, to steer away, because Middle East has lots of connotations. People have used the media to make it's okay for people to die there, to make it it's always full of chaos, it's always full of wars, it's always full of all these things, but in the end a life is a life no matter where it is, and I hope one day comes where we all believe that.
You said like, oh, I'm sure you studied this in linguistics. Yeah, it's called amelioration and pejoration. When a word in association with another word, the meaning is improved or eroded to mean something more negative. And yeah, actually, so I have a class of students. I teach advanced English at a private uni here, and one of the main focus of the entire course is about political rhetoric. And I asked my students 2 weeks ago if they would be interested in having the first lesson on rhetoric be in relation specifically to this conflict. So I lifted out these examples of dehumanizing language, of genocidal rhetoric, but also what you were describing about how Israelis are killed whilst Palestinians die, and lifting examples directly off the BBC where it's like, explosion happens. But like specifically unpicking how this works, it's a really like powerful mode of persuasion in English. Firstly, to not say something, to put it into the unsaid. Explosion happens. What you're not saying is who's firing the bombs, and this is like one of the most important ways in which this entire conversation has been kind of corrupted by people who are clever with words.
Like, for example, or it's crazy when a hospital gets bombed, Hamas-led hospital.
Yeah.
Like,
Hamas
to what far can you dehumanize a hospital? What next? Like a Hamas son, Hamas kid, Schools also, like UNRWA schools have already been affected and shelled, and right now tanks are already inside of Gaza, and we don't know what's happening with most of the hospitals. They're completely cut. Many premature babies like the incubators are not going on because there is no electricity and we don't know what will happen. It's just like very smart use of words, and like I think talking about language is really important, about how language and words shape our reality and our perspective, because yes, we create, I'm sure you also know about this, like different theories about how we create words, but also how we using words shape our understanding and our realization of something. As you said, when you say 10,000 lives, it's a number, but it's so big your mind cannot fathom it. That's why it doesn't do anything. But when you sit down and try to imagine 1 life, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and how many connections they have, and then like it just explodes, or like seeing a picture of a whole family gathering, and you see like the caption and their names in the list, that all of them got wiped out except the baby, and you think like that's that. And unfortunately, like many Western media does not show that, but they show like, okay, lives lost in Israel are already humanized no matter what, but in Gaza you have to cry for it and show how innocent it is, and look, like, he was a doctor, she was an engineer, she was married to that, she had a pet, like we should not be even doing that, but unfortunately we are, just to achieve credibility, to mourn them. And
and I think this goes back into what we were saying towards the start about how it's important to listen to Palestinian voices on this matter, because like for so long it's been filtered through this Western lens of like, oh, this is what they're saying, or so and so, but then like people are on the ground and saying like, this is my family that's gone, like try and understand what that would mean for you. I was going to say something else and it's slipping away.
But then if people are not responding to death tolls, if they're not responding to news headlines, whether they be correct or incorrect, because most of the time they're passive, as you said, you know, killed, there's no buy, it's just killed. We've seen a lot of interaction with art in Prague specifically, a lot of Czech people or just white people in general, and the youth in Prague have been interacting with the art that we've been sharing. So that's been one way in, right? But you also have to figure out many endless accommodating ways to reach the audience in Prague and the citizens of Prague and the Czech Republic generally. But it still is really hard to understand how you can't, the thing is, it's not relatable. It's not relatable that, houses get bombed. It's not relatable, get bombed, sorry. See, my own rhetoric. It's not relatable that Israel bombed Palestinian families' home, that they were wiped out.
No.
That, because most people in the world have not experienced that. They shouldn't.
No.
Primarily they shouldn't. But if that has not proved to be an effective way of attracting people's attention to the genocide. And so I personally am at a lost. I'm lost currently as to how to reach people if it's not by. We're begging, as you said, but begging to see that Palestinian lives matter.
I think this. Did you want to say something, Yusuf? Yeah, I was going to say. I think this last thought of, like you're begging, it feeds into this other concept that is really apparent that we mentioned it earlier about how. Like once you get exposed to the narrative around Palestine, and it unpicks a lot of other things that are systems of oppression in other places, and I think that's one of the things that I've really seen amongst the strong supporters of Palestine is they are the ones that I'm finding information out about Artsakh in Azerbaijan, and they are the people that are sharing news about Haiti and about Hawaii and about the Uyghur in China. These notions of solidarity are they're not confined to one single movement. It's no, actually we're against all of that shit, and we think it's important to speak up about all of it. And there's quite a lot of chatter online around this concept of Palestine is the litmus test for Western. I touched something here.
Yeah, we laughed because I remember me and Cam were talking before, and and you said that before you go into a relationship with the person, your litmus test,
friendship,
or just a friend, any relation, just a platonic friendship, romantic, whatever it is.
Anything.
The litmus test is just talking about Palestine and what do you think about it. Because it's, as you said, it's
it's an entrance exam. If you, I will say that I will propose the most vague question ever about the quote unquote conflict. Yeah, we're using this word ironically, by the way. So it's Freddie. And then depends on their answer. Is how because a lot of people also, especially in the West, which is where I was previously, currently also situated. They say I don't know much, but then your question also provokes them to be oh, I need to know, because this could be a determining factor as to whether I become close to people from this identity or that belong to a certain area of the world. And for me, it's been quite effective in changing people's minds.
And don't feel pressured if you meet someone and asks you the big question. It's not like we're gonna reject you. But if you just say I don't know, and we ask.
Wait, speak for yourself.
If someone says I don't know, but I need to know more, I'm not gonna.
Exactly. No, exactly.
But we're trying to ask provocative questions that make you think oh shit, you know, like I need to know something about this, realize your own privileges and all these things. And you want to say something?
But that being said, you know, as a person, let's say as a non-white person from the global south, Swana person, whatever, person of color, the way we address these things also needs to be, you know, gentle. I'm not saying, oh, go out and ask everyone what they think, because also, you know, the moment you yell, the moment you people feel like you're getting emotional, they're going to be put off, right? But not emotional in the sense that it's like there has to be sentiment. It's a human cause.
Of course,
But you know, angry or whatever.
Or screaming at them.
Yeah.
And I'm sure like most of us know, but even without the studies that came out, that if you like insult people or like tell them that you don't know enough or you're not educated, they are more likely, if you say that, to stick with their position rather than agree with you. So I think it's also unfortunately no one should like have this duty, but like we should also know like what's the environment around us, what's the entry point, as you have said.
You also need to be safe.
True, we also need to be safe, because many of our Palestinian siblings and Arab siblings, and actually in some universities and faculties of Charles University, one of the biggest universities in here, are getting doxxed and threatened for just showing support of Palestine. And like I am lucky enough to be in a faculty which the dean is not a Zionist and is not threatening me or my studies, but many students are in other faculties.
That's terrifying.
It is terrifying. Like the first faculty of medicine and the third faculty of medicine, students who were just wearing Palestinian flag or wearing the kufiya or showing some kind of support, they got harassed by being reported to the dean, and the dean threatening them to report them to the police. And of course these are immigrants, these are people that are coming here on visas to study.
No, this is what I wanted to ask, like, are they immigrants? Because you were saying earlier about like
all of us are.
no, but on the course on the medicine course.
Yeah.
Because you were talking about like, oh, you know, you've got to be, you can't be seen to be too angry, and I think that this is something which, like, you don't have the privilege of, but white people do have the right to be angry about this matter.
Yes.
And white people being angry about this are seen as kind of, I guess, outliers, but Arab people who are seen as being super angry about this are threats. Or like, you know, worth kicking off a university course. It's horrific.
Yeah, like I remember at one of the protests that we were there, I think last Wednesday, one of my Czech friends told me that there was just a group, like 2 Czech people who were passing by, and they wanted to see like what's this gathering, and they came, and I think like an Arab person was speaking, and he was shouting, he was angry. Not really angry, no one was shouting, by the way. We were just getting like at the speeches. I mean, like they were just like they were not even shouting or angry. They were just like being emotional about it, and you know, as like a bit light, you know, like fired up about it. And then they said like, oh, brown people like shit, we shouldn't listen to them.
Yeah,
and then they just left.
You know, but it's also a rhetoric that we impose on ourselves, that we're violent, that we're angry, and so the moment you speak up, you feel like you need to shrink so small in order for you know, white people to understand you, and that's just it's been so dehumanizing, and it's not a new thing at all.
No.
But you know, because of right now, you know, some people are calling this war quotations, a war on Islam as well, and so the Islamophobia, as you mentioned earlier, is a big theme right now. I was having a conversation with a person, a Ukrainian person actually, who is a refugee in the place that I was visiting. And this person was saying, you know, this person didn't know anything about me. We had just met, and she was saying, you know, I'm terrified of Arabs, and I'm terrified of Arab Muslims because, you know, they just seem so scary, and they're always saying Allahu Akbar, which, you know,
it's
context
so divorced from the meaning of this.
But you know, I think for the sake of us talking right now, just contextualizing for people that are listening, Allahu Akbar means God is greater. And so in Islam, when we say Allahu Akbar, it's an emotional response to the world. We're saying Allah is larger than anything else in the world, so I don't have to worry. But it's been obviously correlated with violence. So this person is talking, saying like, I'm terrified, you know, and I'm sitting next to her.
Yeah.
And I'm Muslim, and I'm an Arab. And I looked at her and I was like, you know, you as a Ukrainian also. I said, what do you think I am? And she just froze, because I don't look like, you know, this is also colorist, you know, it's I don't look like a brown like big Arab man with a beard, right?
Yeah. It doesn't match with the image.
No, the image. But then a tall, big Arab bearded man, Muslim man, also deserves to live. 100%, right? It's just been very difficult to deal with on an individual level for us, to be faced with such a dehumanizing narrative, but also a delegitimizing narrative of you're loud, and when most of the time, you know, everyone is loud. Maybe except for Czech people, but like everyone is loud, and some people, as you said, have the privilege of being loud. We were talking the other day about having the privilege to be arrested, and that's just so funny to me, because it's almost a juxtaposition of two things that shouldn't be next to each other. You know, having the privilege to be arrested, having the privilege to be questioned by the police. But that is the case for us right now. Is we don't know when we're put in danger, but we are put in danger. And I wanted to ask you earlier. You said you've been getting a lot of responses and a lot of interaction with specifically things you're sharing online. Has it been largely positive?
Overwhelmingly positive.
Overwhelmingly positive.
There have been a few not so, and some of those have been things that I've started, where I reacted to something that someone else is sharing that I just, like, the logic didn't make sense, and I was like, care to talk about it? And then quickly, like, but mostly, no, I've had a lot of people saying, like, thank you for this, like, you've got a lot of, like, nuance, or wow, what the hell, like, I didn't know about this. But that's the thing, is like,
so in contrast, but like, in contrast, if and when one of us or a specific account that is for the Palestinian people, by Palestinians, by Arabs, posts something like this, or speaks up, death threats of all sorts, as judge tells you, the source makes such a big impact. Just going back to our main topic of why people speak about Palestine and know about Palestine, is because you, as your identity and your positionality, entitles you to a lot less violence than people involved, or people that are close to the topic, because you have so much more credibility as a person the moment you're white. Because you're rational, because whiteness, as we said earlier, you know, the correlation of words. Whiteness is synonymous with rationality, intellectualization, civility, democracy, diplomacy, you know, enlightenment.
All these long Greek and French words.
Exactly.
And I think, you know, as you know, it's very. This was really what I wanted to get to at the end of all this conversation, so it's good that you raised it. But yeah, I mean, like, we're the ones with the least to lose, and I mean, like, I have to admit, like, when it first started, and I wasn't sure how things were going to happen here, and watching friends in Germany get arrested, you know, white friends getting arrested at rallies, or like being amongst the arrests, and I was nervous to speak up in a certain way, because I was not sure how the Czech government was going to handle it. But, you know, even if, like, in any case, like, you're not going to speak up about it's the least. I'm not getting death threats.
I'm glad.
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
I'm glad. I don't want you. Sorry. I'm glad. I don't want you to get death threats. No one wants anyone to get death threats. No one should get death threats. Everyone who, you know, gives death threats should go to jail. But that's not always the case. And Yusuf, you wanted to say something earlier, no?
But I lost it, but I think it will come back while talking. But talking about, like, you cannot be loud and
Okay.
Yeah, about being loud. I have battled with this ever since I came here. I don't know, like in my last segment of the talk, I read part of a rant or a poem that I wrote about me coming here to Czech Republic and being super aware of how my Arab friends are talking and how they're loud and being ashamed of it, and then like this constant fight and conflict of balancing your identity and representing it, and in the end, like, we are always expected to be the bigger person of balancing what we are than what is expected of us, understanding how they can look at us and trying to find the good way, how to represent ourselves the best way. And
but for me that's contradictory, because if you're described as a human animal, right, which is the exact verbatim, the exact description that has been used on Palestinians, how are you supposed to be rational? How are you supposed to be the bigger person, right? So we're faced with this label of violent and loud and irrational, and then but also, why aren't you talking to white people? Why aren't you educating them? So choose one. Either also you're called a human animal for so long, you begin to believe it. You begin to believe it, because I also used to believe before leaving Lebanon, before going to the West, I used to believe the Arabs are loud, a lot of internalized racism. And then I went to the West, and especially far West,
and
US,
like,
let's
oh
say,
my God, and so much
they're so much louder than us. They're so much more violent than us, because we're not violent. And it's funny because it's a double standard, because you're allowed to be violent and loud, and take up space, and in every extent possible, from being able to carry guns to
and
especially contextualizing the US.
You're allowed to do all kinds of bad things, but you're never representative of your people, while we have the weight of always representing our people. So, like, I remember, I'm sure every single parent before sending us outside,
you go abroad. You had the conversation as well.
Abroad, your Arab parents always sit you down and they tell you, you are not there just to represent yourself. You're there to represent your people, your religion, your race. And no one should be put in that position, because white people did horrible shit, but no one takes it as a representative for the whole people. But we have the weight of representing our people, and if someone does something, it's a collective stain on all of us. And and if some Palestinians did something, they deserve the collective punishment, because they're all a bunch of the same thing.
Exactly.
And that's part of
that's what's going on right
racism.
now.
Arabs are just a bunch of people. We have so many dialects, different food, different ways of making falafel. I'm sure you guys didn't know that. In Egypt they use red lentils. In Levant they use chickpeas.
We use chickpeas.
I bet you didn't know that. And like, that's the whole. So that's why, like, when talking about this, we always try to dismantle the binary of West and East. We use it just for the sake of argument right now. But me as an Egyptian who lived in Saudi Arabia is completely different than an Egyptian who lived in Egypt. Me as an Egyptian who grew up to like religious parents is different than an Egyptian who grew to a liberal parents. Different than a Lebanese person. Like, I can't even understand some dialects in our region. Like, we are like so diverse, and I'm sure also like the West is. But for the sake of the argument, we are using this binary, this term, because it has been enforced by us, and it has been used to justify racism and xenophobia. So when penicillin was created, all white people were the head of the Enlightenment. They all created the penicillin together. They were all part of the Enlightenment. But when a massacre happened or someone does something bad, it's just an individual thing. But for us, when something bad happens, it's a collective stain on all of us. So I think that's why another reason why should white people talk, because
they champion this kind of impunity, right? That you can't be blamed for colonialism, can you?
No, of course not.
Okay, no, not you. But if we did it, and we are the situation right now has brought up colonialism in the Swana region as well, especially against the the indigenous peoples of North Africa, like the Amazirs, right? Exactly. But then, if a white person does something, as you said, Yusuf, there isn't this whole rhetoric of, oh, all of you are bad, right?
Yeah.
But I will say, for us, maybe in the global south, largely, the moment we see a white person, we're like, run the other direction, where they're going to colonize us, you know?
Yeah, sorry. I just remembered a funny lyric from a song. Yeah, it's called Arab Style by Shab Jdeed.
Oh, we've been listening to this song too much, yeah.
And it's just like, one of them was like, don't trust any white blonde guys.
Don't trust any blonde white guy, yeah.
But I think you know, I'm gonna go back again to like this kind of slightly wider perspective. But like, yeah, like, you know, the difference between jihadi terrorist that shoots something or other versus specific person, lone wolf, that went crazy and did some terrible mass shooting in America. But how many mass shootings do you have in America every week?
Over 300 this year only.
It's crazy, and the percentage of which is done by crazy
young
fucking
white men,
Or
right? Yeah.
fascists, most of the time.
Fascists, yeah.
Yeah, neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
But then that doesn't define the whole white American population in the US.
And they get to distance themselves from that and all the different arguments, and yeah, let's not vote for gun control.
Yeah, and you know, as individuals, speaking for myself only, but I do know that's the case for you as well, Yusuf, is that, you know, you're regarded as a terrorist. And that's just insane. Yeah, you're a threat. But some of us have been called terrorists. And it's just crazy for people to be afraid of me, specifically, right?
Because of who you are.
Because of who I am. Like, you know, I don't know what shifted in that Ukrainian girl's brain, the one I mentioned earlier. I don't know if she was maybe afraid of me afterwards, or like felt a certain sense of ease, or, you know, discovered that she was wrong. I will never know, because I didn't ask, because I don't care. But it's, especially being in the US and being so heavily racialized for the first time in my life, you're not aware of this when you're in your home country. You know, you're so, I don't even want to say sheltered from this, but, you know, almost staying in your home country, which none of us want to leave our home countries. No one wants to leave. The Palestinians do not want to leave. It's something, a big idea, not idea, but a reality that white people have to understand, is that Palestinians, first of all, especially in Gaza, don't have the privilege to leave, and don't want to leave, because you don't want to leave. They've left before, but also you don't want to leave your land. You cannot leave your land. But also, even if you could, these people would rather die in their houses than leave them, because they know who's going to occupy them. Because it's not right. Because being a martyr is better than being a traitor, right?
There's quite a lot of concept, especially this concept of like martyrdom within Palestine conflict, that I think a lot of people don't really understand. And I was seeing some stuff about this again, where it's like, you know, it's like one of these kind of things where, yes, okay, so we can call them martyrs, but that's the English word for an Arabic concept, which we don't quite, it doesn't carry the same meaning. You know, like to be honest, like most of the time that you hear the word martyr in English speaking culture is in relation to Arab people and various Arab conflicts. So like you know, we're talking about the importance of words, and I think that this is one of those ones which, like, I know that the concept of martyrdom has a much deeper resonance with the Arab people than it does for the English people. I mean, but this is the kind of stuff that doesn't penetrate, and, you know, like explaining to someone like, okay, so like, you know, very early on in like, I think it must have been the 9th or 8th of October, you know, someone was saying to me like, well, you know, like they are terrorists, you know, they're going and committing terrorist acts. And like, how do you begin unpicking this with someone? Like, well, firstly, like, how do you define terrorism? Who
are they talking about also?
They were talking about
who is the group of people they're talking about?
The Al-Quds people that left over from Gaza and were attacking the military bases and taking civilians. I mean, like, you know, by many definitions, this is terrorism, and I'm not here to kind of like bring that up as something and like make you, but you know, like how often actions of Arab people is considered terrorism, and when similar actions by white people is considered something else.
Rebellion,
and also this very definition
resistance.
of terrorism being like unlawful, you know, violent action. And it's like, okay, so like who controls the laws, and like how are Palestinians supposed to change that narrative when they're legally not allowed a military? So you know, like the narrative is always in the hands of well, they weren't allowed to do that. And it's like, when is the resistance movement allowed? You know, and we celebrate people like Mandela and Malcolm X and Che Guevara now, but you know, like these,
all of them are considered terrorists.
all of them were terrorists.
And like also linguist aspect. I'm just gonna say the word and you say what comes first. Terrorist. It's an easy answer. It's usually
Muslim.
like Muslim, Arab, brown person. But when the same act is done by anyone else with a different skin tone or a different religious beliefs, it's not terrorism. Mentally ill or deranged individual.
Or they get the honor of their like political allegiance, you know, the far right nationalists. It's like, okay, great, wow, that's a title, and it's far right nationalist terrorists. Like they're still going and doing acts of terrorism.
Or courageous guerrilla fighters, or people fighting against apartheid, which all at that time were considered acts of terrorism, of course. But we also have to see the correlation with the word terrorism and deconstruct it and analyze when was it used. And it was only used to demonize and dehumanize people, mainly used by the USA.
But after 9/11.
After 9/11 and even before that, to make it okay to go to other countries, steal their oil, kill their people, and destabilize the region, because you know, another big power is not the best thing. And for example, with okay, I'm not gonna talk about other countries, but many other leaders, they, for example, they call them dictator, and that's why that was the reason to go and kill them and destabilize the whole region. When I'm talking about Libya, when Libya was like one of the most when it was the most it was the richest country, and now there's slave trades going on there after funding the co-ops and stuff, because it was a dictator or terrorism. But or it's called, for example, corruption in the Middle East. But when lobbying happens, it's not corruption. When it is similar idea, it's literally exactly the same idea. Or mass shootings, but it's called terrorism when it happens somewhere else. And try to think, like, has of course they're a terroristic act, but I'm just posing questions and you answer that for yourself. Like, it's very rare that a person out of nowhere starts doing acts of violence. Of course, if they're mentally deranged or there's something bad happening, but let's try to reach the root cause. What is causing it? Let's try to understand each other as a human being. Why, for example, the Israelis or the opposition are very lighter up about it? So try to consume their media, try to see what they're seeing. Why would a person out of nowhere kill lots of people? Why all of a sudden they're terrorists? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Please don't fall into conspiracy theories. Just just try to find the root cause of the issue. I was talking before. I think, in my personal opinion, the root of violence, and the violence will never stop unless the settler colonial oppression stops, because it's an unseen violence. It's a violence that's occupying every occupied person's mind from the moment they are born out of their mother's womb until they die. It's constantly there, but it's never talked about. It is violence, but no one talks about that violence. No one's calling it violence. Human rights violations sometimes. It's not that good to that. No, it is a constant, everyday violence that they are living in. So yeah, I'm just asking the questions, and you know, you can make the answers as you wish.
I think it's one of those things that it's just really impossible to get fully as a white person. Like, you know, there's almost nowhere in the world I can go and experience that. And I mean, probably nowhere. And you know, like,
you're saying reverse racism doesn't exist? I'm kidding.
No, but
one time in high school, the black kids told me I cannot eat lunch with them.
Or like Americans saying that they travel to the global south and then they get charged more because they're tourists. Because you have money.
Because you have that money, yeah.
Should be scammed.
Yeah. No, I think this is like one of the benchmarks of a decent group of people where it's like, okay, so there's 3 prices. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna like wind back a bit talking about this about the linguistics of things again, and you know, like you were talking about like, oh, they're a dictator, but you know, like when it's the monarchy in England, it's the monarchy, and it's like, you know, like
when's the Belarusian president, when's the Hungarian government, when it's a government where most of the people disagree towards it, it's not a dictatorship. What do you call that? But a dictatorship, but because okay, the origin of the word is not that bad. It just means like one, you know, like ruling thingy, like a tyrant, like one ruling thingy. But if most people, let's say the States, for example, most people, for example, what do they want? Let's say something that's still like people are fighting for, and most of the people want it. For example, all the states, there should not be any laws against abortion, for example, or just putting extra checks when giving out people firearms. Most of the people want that, but the people with money and the lobbying, they are against that. What do you call that? But not a democracy. So why does it happen when the Middle East is a dictator, malicious, and they always take the clips where he's shouting in the
and they
mic,
kill gay people,
and they throw them from buildings.
They throw them from buildings.
And you know, like definitely, it's not been like one of the worst years for trans violence in the US.
Oh my God!
Like, and people are saying like, oh yeah, but you know, like Hamas would kill you, and it's like people on the street will kill you for being trans in America.
Yeah,
like that's a lot more fucked up in some senses.
Yeah, and like as I said, like, and the people that talk about this, what makes me angry the most, they do not care about women's rights. They do not care about queer rights. They only use it as a rhetoric to keep the occupation going, to kill more people. Pinkwashing.
Yeah. And most of the time, the path of actualized violence starts with epistemic violence. You allow this violence to happen by telling citizens of your country, this is a dictator, this is not a human being. These are terrorists, they're not human beings.
You put labels.
You put labels on them, you enforce epistemic violence, and that just, in the end, allows you to do anything you want. Commit genocide, ethnic cleansing, because you dehumanize people, firstly, using using specific language, and then no one's going to oppose you. No one, because somehow we are convinced as a species that killing people is okay.
Yeah, and specifically in the time that I've been alive, killing Arab people is okay and allowed. And the way that they've done that, you know, like, I mean, I was born in '94, so I know about, like, you know, I don't actually have any memory of 9/11, but I have lots of memories of the following wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya and yeah, like the language that's been used, you know, like we have like WMDs in Iraq, in weapons of mass destruction. You never hear this word, anymore. But you know, like it was like WMD, and you look at the speeches of the politicians, and it's like every 5th word is WMD. Insurgents, you know, that's another word that was used to demonize Arab people that you just don't hear anymore. Now it's terrorists straight up, and it's like how quickly it's slipped from being like a kind of, the language has just like tailed down, you know. Now it's just this straight up demonizing language. But it's got here over the course of decades of like consensus media saying, okay, we'll subscribe to this theory. This theory sells the Arabs are terrorists, sells newspapers, so we're going to go with it.
It's what?
No, and it's easy to sell this one if there is already existing 200-300 years of Orientalism before that, I've discussed before. And I just wanted to ask, have anyone read the book More Bad News Coming from Israel?
No.
It basically, I don't agree with the conclusion, but it did like a nice study about how biases, especially with the BBC news coming from Palestine versus from Israel, that language that's used, is just a book about that. of course you can take what you agree with and like see the opposite side if you don't agree with it, because they try to be equal on both sides. But yeah, it's just like a book if you're interested about the media and the words that's been used in this war, in this occupation. Also, Israeli-Hamas conflict. It was never Israeli-Hamas conflict.
Yeah.
Hamas was only here for 35 years. The occupation has been here for 75 years and even more with the British before that and the Ottoman people. But at least they did not displace the people from their homes. Yeah, we just have to...
Also, this itself, the Israeli-Hamas conflict, like Israel, the state, the country, the land, the territory, Hamas, the
guerrilla group.
Militant guerrilla group, like they're not, you know, you never have the USA Taliban conflict.
Yeah.
You know, it's USA versus Afghanistan. Like,
it's so funny to me that people use the word conflict, because conflict is Yusuf and I arguing over who wants, yeah, exactly, right, or which song is better.
Yeah.
But war is a bigger word, genocide is a bigger word, and the latter obviously applies. You know, we've seen people go from Israel-Palestine conflict to Israel-Palestine war, or like war between these two entities. There's no two entities.
No.
There's one entity that's backed by so much firepower and so much money, and there's what's remaining of a legacy of a people that are trying to fight for their lives and that have a group that's trying to fight for them, let's say, without saying anything, you know, on that group.
Yeah, it's one actor against another, but you know, these but like this is, you know, this is reinforced from the start with, like, you know, I was watching this I've forgotten his name now, like monumental dickhead in British Parliament, and really rich old conservative, and you know, it's like he asks a historian, like, when did this conflict start? And he waits for the historian to say it started in 1948 in the and it started on October 7th. This war started on October, and it's like, this is how you get through it. And it, you know, it's like one of the fundamental aspects of any genocidal of any like government induced genocide, where they have the control of them, or there is media understanding and allegiance towards what the government is supporting and what it isn't, where you outright deny the truth of a situation, and it colludes everyone. But you just need to say, it's not the case, it's not the case. You say it loud enough and strongly enough times, and it becomes a war. And like, you know, it was never a war, it was always a conflict. And now it's a war because Israel said, we're at war.
I wonder what the next term is going to be.
I mean...
Victory?
Yeah. And like the goal is to just cleanse Palestinian people from the land. Has been apparent, has been there, because like the hardest part about identifying genocide is the intent behind it, and the intent has been as clear as day. You know, go read any handbook about what are the steps of the genocide. All of it are being achieved. The intent is very clear, to push the people out, and it's very also like mind-boggling how like people living on the same land and in the region, but they're still racist by the far-right government in Israel, saying that, oh, the Palestinians can just go to any Arab country, let them go to the Arab countries. Like, as I said, it's a racist term. Like, where? Like, they're not.
Why?
Like, and why? And like, and assuming that they're all just one people, and oh, you guys have all this land, we need this one. Who all of you? Yeah, and just crazy. And as we said, back to the topic, the scholarly studies, the people talking about it, is the slow increments of older generation and our generation talking about it, increasing public interest about it, which leads scholarly field work and discovering it, because like no one believes this it was an apartheid unless Amnesty said it. No one believes it's genocide unless Ilan Pape came with his book and wrote about the ethnic cleansing, or Avi Shalom. Like only when they wrote about these, then it was maybe. And still now they're discrediting them, but they're professors in history and stuff. And we need to create pressure for people to talk about it.
But the thing is our South African brothers and sisters have been telling us this is apartheid.
Yeah.
Our Armenian brothers and sisters have been telling us this is genocide because they've experienced it.
Yeah.
And so, we have solidarity from people who have related, but they also don't carry the narrative.
Yeah.
They also,
Because these are people that are very South Africa arguably less so, but I don't know how many people in England can conveniently point to the Afsark region. I mean, I'm not sure I could get it right, I know the region, but not
Ireland.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we were talking about.
Ireland.
We were talking about all these things. White people can't experience this, and I've had quite a few people from Czech Republic, but also from other places further afield that are living here say hey, can you tell me why Irish people are really pro-Palestine? I was like, yes, because they actually have been oppressed by the British people for many hundreds of years. It's as simple as that. And I think the Irish solidarity is one of the most I don't know how to use I don't know what the word is. Active, but also it's when you see it, you're like, yes.
Yeah. I mean, part of me is saddened because I don't want you to have felt that plight, but part of me is also happy because we're standing in solidarity together. But you don't need to have experienced oppression, colonialism, and genocide, starvation. The list can go on from the amount of human rights violations that Israel has committed are endless.
Yeah.
And it's not really, do you want to forget about people? We can forget about people, okay? If because sometimes I genuinely believe that people in the West care more about animals and climate change than people, right? Forget about people. Forget about Palestinian people. All the animals in the region. Do people understand how polluting weapons are and how bombs are and how climate change is already flourishing in the global south. It's destroying most, starting in the global south because of exactly.
But it's especially with the climate change, now it's these storms are getting worse, hey.
Yeah,
but it's wow.
I wonder why, and it's it's weather changing. It's weather changing in the global north, but it's
islands flooded in the global south.
Exactly. And so, let's say we forget about people. Tell me why Israel is bombing trees.
Setting fire to the orange tree with the white phosphorus.
White phosphorus, for Lebanon, for example.
Yeah.
We've lost 10,000. What is the unit of
acres?
Acres of olive trees in the south, because of white phosphorus bombs by Israel. And 10,000. There's no, it's such a trivial thing, but it's such a prominent aspect of our identity is olive oil and olive trees, because they represent perseverance and they're on the keffiyeh actually. If people haven't noticed, the squiggly lines in the tapestry, like in the square tapestries, those represent olive trees. So we don't know why Israeli state is bombing children. And why is it bombing trees?
Yeah.
Is collateral damage okay also?
But also, I mean, I know that Israel have been setting fire and burning trees for a long time and uprooting them because it's the staple of Palestinian existence or many people's existence. But like taking a step back, why the hell are they bombing them in Lebanon?
Yeah. And that shows like who is the indigenous person. I've said this before. When you are in touch with the nature, when you make recipes and food from the few resources that you have around you, when you have olive trees that are generational, given from like, you know, like
3,000
grandparents
years old.
like 400,000, like they're very old, and it's like it's written in the wills, like, you know, like I give this olive trees to this and this and that. And when settler colonial people don't appreciate it, you see who is indigenous to the land and who is using it as just a space for them to use it. Like indigenous people have such connection to the land. I wish if I could remember this documentary, but it's talking about how the concept of land is different in the West than to the indigenous people. And for example, Arab people, they did it in Lebanon actually and in Syria, where we have waqf, for example, for some lands, where that means it's stopped. So like you cannot own the land, but you can use it for the good for the community, but you cannot take it and own it, because the land is not just something that you own, it's something that you use to bring food, to bring resources and give it to the people, and you know how to cultivate it. You're such in touch with the nature around you. And I think we can learn a lot from the indigenous people all around the world about their touch with nature around them, about how to be part with nature and come back to it. And it's very funny that the West have always like called like Arabs or indigenous people backwards, savages, when they are the ones that they have been teaching us, oh, that's wrong, that's oppression, we should do this, we should do that, oh, land, climate, oh my god, oh, recipes, did you know that this cures this? Well, no shit, like
we've discovered that this herb like lowers heart rate, and it's like, the indigenous community have been using it to treat heart diseases for millennia.
So
but I think like I just wanted to chip in with this while it's in my head, like this is the definition of the argument against of indigenous civilization versus extractive capitalism. We like, oh well, they haven't like terraced the, and it also specifically feeds into this argument of Israel has like, what is it like? What's the argument with, like they turn the forest?
They turn the desert in. Oh my god!
Desert green. And it's like,
they turn
like
the desert
these
into blooming. And like who said that? The head of the UN right now. What's her name?
Ursula von der Leyen.
Yes, her. And she said, like when it was the 75-year anniversary, I think so, for Israel. And she's like, Israel turned that desert into blooming flowers and gardens.
It's like, no.
Oh my god.
Like they uprooted the local infrastructure for indigenous infrastructure, and they put in fir trees that die and collapse.
We have a term in Lebanese Arabic. We say أخذوها مفروشة, which means they took it furnished. They came and there was people there. There was flourishing civilization there. That's where Jesus was born. So spiritually, religiously, academically, culturally, everything is I mean, that's the reason why. But it's also the reason why they occupied Palestine specifically. And we've learned this in colonial history, that colonial powers will occupy a land that is rich in something, and it's usually the lands that are most rich that are occupied.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely see this with a lot of, British Empire. And I think, like I'm not sure.
There is a question that you said you're gonna answer, the difference between solidarity and allyship and all these things. I think you can talk about it, because you still did not answer it. You posed the question, but you still did not answer it. But also, we want to talk about the concept of martyrdom. We've just briefly touched over it, but it's such a deeply spiritual term for us. Martyrdom is dying for your land. it's dying for a cause. Like even if you died on the way going to work, like you were going to work to feed your family, then you're a martyr.
And you go to heaven.
And you go to heaven directly. No nothing.
questions asked.
VIP ticket, you know, you just
Yeah.
go right there. No question asked. Because we usually believe that there is like a checking the balance. Did you do more good? Did you do more bad? But if you're a martyr, you just go straight to heaven. And if you died for your land, for your cause, for your people, if you died without knowing, if you died because of oppression, for example, like if you're in your house and someone set the house on fire or something and you died, you're a martyr because you did not know what's happening. You're just an innocent person. Also, all kids, they're all martyrs. And it is sometimes like an endearment, if like a family.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is it's not an idealization of death. It's more so viewing death as not the most terrible thing in the world.
As something good that could have happened.
It's something good that shouldn't happen. But the reason that, you know, compensation for why it shouldn't happen is you just go to heaven.
Yeah.
You know, these lives shouldn't be lost, but because you were punished in the dunya, in the world, you get rewarded bil akhirah
with heaven.
In heaven, yeah.
I think that's the main thing that just isn't translated into this
so
concept.
Merciful, no?
Yeah.
As a culture, it's not really just a Muslim thing. It's everyone in the Botswana region. I think it's just generally martyrdom is a big thing for us. The regardless of your religion.
Yeah, and that's just one of the few words that get lost in translation and people twist it. Same like jihad or oh my god, like they made it into like you hear it
It's
and
such
like
this poisonous thing, and
yeah,
it's not
like
at
you
all.
get goosebumps. You're like
Jihad is such a, because I grew up with the growing up Muslim and being educated as a Muslim. Jihad for me meant, and the way I was taught it, the way my dad taught me, is jihad is you wake up in the morning and you choose to commit to good.
Yeah.
Right? Jihad for Prophet Muhammad was to spread Islam and to be, you know, that to him and the Sahaba and his followers, to spread Islam and spread the message of Islam. But jihad is correlated with terrorism now.
Yeah, and they did this through the phrase jihadist.
Jihadist, exactly.
And it absolutely divorces from the meaning, and you can just add ist, and you're that's terrorist.
Exactly.
Okay, so
exactly, and I ever since I discovered that narrative, I have not used the word jihad once, because back home you would say. Also, we have the verb ijtahid. Ijtahid is to be successful and diligent in something, and so to be a mujahid is to be a productive person, to be a a perseverant person. But it's not to be a terrorist.
Yeah.
Like not only did they do that, but they took our words and twisted it against us, so you can't use it. Also, growing up, my mom used to teach me jihadun nafs, which is like perseverance against one's own malicious beliefs or malicious wants, evil. So for example, I don't know, you have tendency to curse your brother, but you hold yourself back and you don't do
Jihad.
That's jihad. That's jihad enough. Like you fought against yourself so that you don't say that bad thing that could cause a bad thing in the world. So fighting against oppression is jihad also. Talib mujtahid means like a student, a good student that really works hard at school and make sure he gets good grades and all these things. And I understand, I'm not taking away local agency from anyone. Of course, some people have misinterpreted and used it by, especially the rise of Islamic fundamentalism and stuff like that. We're not taking that away, and yes, their local agency. We should not take it away from anyone.
But it is a word that has been twisted.
Yes, it's a word that definitely has been twisted by media.
And I think that's the thing I wanted to touch on is like, you know, like yes, like the examples of like jihadists. For those listening, I'm using the inverted commas around it again. You know, these are the oh no, I'm losing my thought. You know, these are the people that the media is describing as this are extremists, and actually, you know, like the meaning which you take is like the meanings which I've heard as well described as jihad. It's got such a beautiful resonance, and it's a really enlightening concept, to be honest. Like, you know, instead of just this, like, you know, within Christianity all this stuff is sublimated, you know, as long as you're doing the right thing, as long as you believe in God, you've got it in your head. But like this teaching from Islam is more like, go on, put your practice and faith into the real world and make a difference. And the fact that they've attributed this to being like evil or like dangerous ideologies is just so saddening to me.
The thing is jihad for us is also the same thing as mental health awareness in the West, let's say, because jihad is literally being able to wake up in the morning and go about your day. You are a mujahid if you do your best, right? If you because it's a big cultural thing for Muslims to not half-ass something. You know, religion tells you don't half-ass anything, whatever it is. You're making your food, don't half-ass it. So that's you being a mujtahid. You're taking care of yourself. But that's also what Western, you know, ideas of mental health are. But
it's so innovative, like
so they discovered mental health, right? But
And
Islam for the longest time has been telling you, like, Allah will be displeased with you if you don't take care of yourself. If you don't take care of your nafs, if your nafs also, not only your body, but your spirit. We have nafs, the word nafs.
And nafs in itself is a beautiful, because nafs means a breath, but it also means a spirit, because as long as you're breathing, you got a spirit inside of you.
It's the thing that keeps you alive in your body, right?
And like every single father that works their best to provide for their kids is a mujahid, you know? Everyone that
all mothers are all mujahidat, all mothers, because in Islam we say that the heaven is under mother's feet. So if your mother disapproves of you in any way, you're not going to heaven. But you know, for such a merciful set of beliefs, because I feel like religion has a specific negative connotation. It's very difficult for us to understand why it's viewed in such a negative way. You know, but you also, you know, considering past events, considering giving full agency and condemning any sort of violence. But it is not representative, but it's the only reason it's representative is because we're Muslims and Arabs.
Yes, exactly. And also the thing where if a group of people do something, they are responsible for the collective stain and the collective conscience of people. And
because when you think KKK, you don't think Christian.
You don't think white, you don't think American, And when you think race, you don't think about white people that literally created the world race. They created the world
race, and people of color created racism. The concept.
And so this is like an example that we talk about searching for the root of it. So we've talked about the word, where does it come from, where does it alleviate from, listen from people, and then we also give local agency to, for example, the rise of Islamic fundamentalism. But what made it rise? It rose because colonialism happened before, and the goal of colonialism is to erode people's cultures and language and make them speak and act like the colonizer, but not look like them, so that they can still oppress them. So after all these years, people are like, shit, we're losing our language, our identity. What's one thing we can hold back on to, so that we can bring all that back in? And that is Islam, because about values, it's about morality, it's about language, it's about all these things. Again, I'm not taking away from agency, but just understanding the root cause will alleviate lots of the misunderstandings that we're having. And
I think it also reminds me of this other thing where it's like this conflict for Arabs and Palestinians in particular. It's like it's demanded that they talk about this at a secular level, you know, you know, like within other, you know, within anything else, like a school shooting, and it's like, you know, prayers and thoughts with the people, you know, like it's entrenched.
It's emotional, it's psychological, but then.
But you can't like dangle Islam too close to this, because you've got to stay objective, and it takes away these insights, to be honest, like that you just shared about the intricacies of the faith, which, you know, like, you know, really, I think, like for as long as I've been alive, almost 30 years, it's been a non-stop battle against Islam and and the Arab people, and how those two things are intertwined. But the language and like the immediacy of how we have to talk about this is super important, I think.
But you know, just to point out, if us as Arabs, as Muslims, as whatever, have to unlearn so many biases about ourselves, you know, there's nothing. There's no difference between us and people from the West. Everyone has to unlearn biases. Everyone has to re-educate themselves to an extent. I don't believe anyone has grown up with a perfect representation of the world. So you know, you have to take it upon yourself to learn that, because we also, you know, all of us have had our journeys with religion. For me specifically with Islam, but then you learn to get rid of that internalized racism and to view it as a cultural education or cultural upbringing rather than the ideas that the West is feeding you.
And one last thing, if I may, if Arab people, Middle Eastern people themselves have internalized racism, that means logically every single Western white person, 100%, they're gonna have racism, and that's why they should allow the people that they're speaking about to let them speak for themselves. And just a moment ago I was searching for the PLO's original logo, and it had like a I cannot find it right now, but it had like the Christ, the star, and then the crescent, and also the pageant thingy. So it was a secular thing in the beginning. And just look at the root cause, talk about the issue until we don't have any more racism, until people amplify all voices equally.
And for the sole reason that we're human beings.
Okay, I'm gonna say thank you both.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And thank you to Tofa and Noor.
And Noor Collective.
And
Talk for Palestine. And Prague. And thanks to Yuki.
To Yuki.
Yuki, special shout out to Yuki.
And thanks to all the DJs and thanks everyone.
Yeah.
Hola, soy Jess Claudia para Transmission for Palestine, una iniciativa de visibilización de una de las mayores injusticias del estamos en solidaridad con Palestina. Como artistas tenemos que tomar una posición visible y bueno, espero que disfrutéis.
حرة وأبيض.
From the river to the sea. Mula sa ilog hanggang sa dagat.
All Avon Imor.
Vrouw Oakney til sjávar.
Van de rivier naar de zee.
Mayimto mpaka kubahari.
از رودخونه تا دریا.
From the rivier tot de zee. من النهر إلى البحر.
Van Fluss bis zum Meer.
Dal fiume al mare.
From the river to the sea.
Van floden to hegel.
Kota e ballet. Nehirden denize.
Van de rivier naar zee.
Dal fiume
to the sea.
Fleuve à la mer, la Palestine sera libre.
من النهر إلى البحر سوف تعيش فلسطين حرة وأبية.
tell something about Oliver. Yes, we tell what the whole body is.
بالبلد جنود وعساكر وطخطخ طخ وإذا بفكر هيك في الساهل بتفهم مرحبا فيك منطخك في شكل ودوائر وشكل ومناظر كلاب سلك على مين راح بتقاتل على مين راح شو هو يا أخي بتقاتل على مين راح يرتاح بالمرحلة هادي عبين معدانا ينيك الطرحة يقوم شلوم ويقيم قيامة كل مشروع مشروط مطروح عالطاولة وهادي نهاية كل مشروع مشروط بأمان بالبلد بضمانة عمله والناس التخموا منا من يفخر بامجاد الماضي ومن يستعرض عضلات بس عالفاضي والبشحد والبقبش والبشبع والبقعج والبلحق بس بسبقش تتنوع احلام الشاب العربي من ام 16 الى مفتاح البرج الى يطلع بس يرجعش الى ان يطلع تصريح ضفاوي يفوت عالقدس عذري بطلع اخوي بدك تنط عالسور تخش في بلاد العرب اوطاني وكل العرب سقطاني خوالات تصوير عطواني 16 جيكسن صدز الحارب سرعة بمر من جنبي وفنقص سرعة بمر من جنبي وبصفهم كيف لو افكر بعشق كيف كنت عم بركض بهرب منهم بس بصفن وبمرق ولا بقلقهم وكيف لي يطلعني صف جنبهم شكل النص مش حنضيعهم شكل النص متضمن معبر لو فيش معبر ما بنتأخر شكل النص لحدود القدس شفير بسألني شفيع عالصبح في حب البلد جنود وعساكر وطخطخ بفكر هيك بالسيل تفهم مرحبا فيك منطقك في شبه دوائر وشبه مناظر كلاب سلك على مين راح بتقاتل على مين راح شو هو يا اخي شجتي ونحن
And this was our last, no, actually, the last DJ, and now we have the last collective. We're gonna be listening to Igor from Amphibian label. Following him will be Martin, also from the same label, Amphibian. And then we're gonna have a little speech and end the day. Enjoy.
the world is flux. The world is who knows how many dimensions. We don't know if we're really here. We don't know if we're just here again and again and again. It's just a long, long loop. If it's a loop, can we change the end of the loop? If we can, how? It's the same question, you know. Who's in control of your life?
Ahoj, já jsem Martin, český hudebník z Amphibien. Jsem proti genocidě Palestinců pro příměří a tenhle set věnul lidem v Palestině, aby byli svobodní.
находитесь, значит вы не знаете, что такое пространство.
closing of our transmission. It was 24 hours full of educational exchanges, music sharing, and emotions. I would like to thank everyone who was involved, with all the artists for the music and the speakers for the talks, and also people that were behind all the work, and special thanks to Philip that made all the technical aspects work and fixing them when needed, and to Casey for staying up for more than 24 hours to document the entire transmission. This will provide us with material that we can share with you on our YouTube channel and SoundCloud. We hope this won't be the last one, and we won't stop until the violence against Palestinians and all Palestinians are free. We'll be closing with a short song that we dedicate to all Palestinians, but before we'd like to have 2 minutes of silence.
هذا سلام فلما السلام ونظرة تؤلم قلبي في المنام كلام بعد كلام وعين تنزف ماء في فضاء بين فضاء لا مكان له في الوجود لم لا لم لا 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 لم لا لم لا 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 لم لا